Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second day of the Project Zero regular season. So this is our second day of the online regular season, which is happening at the same time as I believe, the other qualifying rounds, which is the group stage. So I think today we also have a lot of interesting matches lined up, as that we've seen earlier. We've seen yesterday we've seen Aura Wyverns, Valhalla Gaming, Mayhem, as well as Team Liquidity face off against each other. There are a few surprising results, I would say, as we saw that Team Mayhem managed to win 2-0. However, Liquidity managed to win them over by 2-0 as well. So now today we'll be looking at the lineup. I believe our first match of today will be Valhalla Gaming versus Aura Wyverns. Yesterday, Aura Wyverns had already won 2-0 against uh okay against Liquidity. So we're gonna be seeing if they're gonna be able to keep up the streak. So I believe we're gonna be going into the game. So let's go over and take a look at the map drawing. And a huge shout out to One Yo Esports, uh, who uh, who have been able to make this whole event possible. And it's also our national training center. And looking at the map selection, it is going to be Expanding Rivers. Now let's take a look at the bans. Looking over at Aura Wyverns. Aura Wyverns are going to be the first pick for this first game. I believe they will try to open some meta picks, and I know specifically Zolt loves to play that Hirara, and I believe he will love to get his hands on it if it does turn out to be open. But I don't think
The
it's
ocean
going
is
to be
not
open. I
just
think
our
people
home,
would want
it
to
is who
close off
we
this power pick.
are.
Looking over to that ban, I see Aura Wyverns have banned off the Atlas. I'm not too sure whether or Wyverns just doesn't want to play the Atlas, or they have some kind of strategy up in mind. That's why I decided to ban the Atlas. And I'm looking over the Valhalla Gaming bans is gonna be something standard. I'm assuming that Hirara or that Eudora or that Belleric to close off any of the potential very very strong roamers. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they still haven't given off their ban yet. 20 seconds left onto that clock. Mm, well, if I were Valhalla Gaming,
Even the
I think I would just
fullest
close off
bloom
that Hira. Yes, okay, they do
pales
close off that
before the
Hira,
scattering
especially since
petals.
it's very dominant in this meta. Very, very annoying, especially in that mid to late game when they can practically just spam all the untargetable, and it's almost impossible to chase down the Hira. And plus, it's very, very painful as well. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to be on that ban. Uh, I believe. Okay, so the enemy is Valhalla
I might
Gaming.
not be a lightning
So
man, but I do
they
know
may
my
want. Okay, so they
trades.
do ban off that Barats for Drunk Dolphin, I believe. Valhalla Gaming back onto that ban. Not too sure what they're going to ban. Perhaps maybe the Eudora, or if they want to respect Aura Wyvern's picks, as we saw yesterday, Aura
Different
Wyverns likes to play that
perspectives expose the
Carmilla
same
Sicilian.
truth.
Three, two,
Oh no,
one.
but Valhalla Gaming decides to ban the Marcel instead. A very good ban. We've seen Aura Wyverns, I believe their roamer knows how to play that Marcel, so I can see why they closed that off. Going over to Aura Wyverns on the ban once again. They are the first pick, so I believe they'll try to open up both that Eudora as well as that Belleric in case Valhalla Gaming bans one, so they can take one over as well. I'm not too sure whether they want to close off any specific heroes and maybe some kind of respect ban over to Valhalla Gaming, because they have people like Kree. As I saw yesterday, a lot of people like to ban that YSS against Kree. So looking over to our Wyverns to see, are they going to
You
do a
should be
respect ban?
ashamed
Is
for
it going
not
to be a
trusting
power
yourself.
ban? Is it going to be some kind of okay, no, our Wyverns have decided to ban the Eudora. I've seen a lot of teams recently. Yeah, I mean, especially yesterday, they weren't
True
too
love
keen on playing the
is like
Eudora.
blood.
I'm not too sure why. But and Valhalla Gaming decided to ban off the Carmilla against Aura Wyverns. But I believe something such as the Paquito is still
A
open.
punch for a
So
punch.
Aura Wyverns might pick that up, and yes, they do pick that up. Paquito is very flexible and also very annoying to draft against because you're not exactly 100% sure what lane that Paquito is gonna go, especially since that Paquito can go into the EXP lane, the gold lane, as well as the jungler. And now we're looking over to Valhalla Gaming, looking into what they are gonna pick up. I believe the Belleric is still open, as well as that Melissa.
Need some stitches? I can help.
Is that Melissa? Sorry. Anyway, so Valhalla Gaming have
Adios for
decided to pick
little
up that Melissa
acorns
as
growing.
well as that Belleric. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they're gonna really need something that can lane into that Melissa or catch that Melissa, especially since she has the ultimate of the go away. That's very good. That's gonna be very hard for heroes such as the Paquito or just divers in general to pick off. So looking over to Aura Wyverns, they're definitely gonna need something that can answer that Melissa and shut down her scaling early game. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to be picking it out. I think a very standard, but I think a pick that many people wouldn't really go for would just be a Fasha, because the Fasha has the long range damage that can
There's nowhere
basically
for
burst
the
down the
evil
Melissa
to
without
hide.
any sort of uh disturbance as well.
Pain
So they decided to
is
pick
the
up the
proof that
Rafaela
I'm
as
still
well as the
alive.
Brody. Okay, pretty standard picks. But once again, the Rafaela is still a flex pick because we aren't 100% sure whether that Rafaela is going to go into the roamer
Welcome to
or
the
as
greatest
the mid
magic
laner.
show of all
So looking over to
time!
Valhalla Gaming, they've decided to pick up that Harley. I think we've seen Kree play that Harley before. I think it is a pick that he's very comfortable on, as we've seen some teams ban his Harley as well as his YSS specifically. So he should show us something, or he should show us very good gameplay on that Harley. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they are going to be onto that ban. Let's see, or what are they going to ban against Aura Wyverns? Potentially going to ban a mid laner. May ban the juicing because it is a hero that we've seen Slow Dance play yesterday. I think that's also the
Butterfly is born by thy
EXP.
wish.
Oh, actually, it's very.
Guided
Oh, and they
by lantern's light.
Valhalla Gaming. Are they are they reading my mind, or am I reading their mind? And they do ban the juicing, I believe, if I see that correctly. Yes, they do ban the juicing. So looking over to Aura Wyverns, what are they going to ban? I see Valhalla Gaming's draft right now. It's very straightforward, very easy to read because we can see. We already know that Belleric is going to be roam. We already know the Harley is going to be the jungle. We already know Melissa is going to go into the gold lane. So they're just missing their mid laner as well as their EXP laner. But looking over to Aura Wyverns, we actually aren't 100% sure as to what they're gonna throw their lanes into besides for that Brody's. We already know that Brody is 100% going into that gold lane, but we aren't too
The
sure whether the
night
Paquito
sky
is
tells
EXP or
all.
jungle, and we aren't not sure whether that Rafaela is going to be mid lane, sorry, or roamer. And Aura Wyverns have decided to ban out the Esmeralda. So I think and I believe that Paquito is gonna go into the EXP lane since they've banned out the Esmeralda. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, I'm not too sure whether they're gonna ban out another mid laner since they've already banned out the juicing. We're just gonna have to see what they're gonna ban.
Uranus.
And they decided to ban the Uranus. Okay. Decided to ban out the Uranus on the side of Valhalla Gaming. And I believe Aura Wyverns may choose
Now
to
you
ban
lead the
out
way to the next
a mid
adventure.
laner because we've seen that Valhalla Gaming hasn't picked up the mid lane as of yet. And we see that no, they decided to ban the EXP lane instead. Okay, so they decided to ban out the Sora. Valhalla Gaming going up to pick their EXP lane or their mid lane right now. I'm not too sure what I would draft if I was this team actually. I think maybe they do need a little bit of a frontliner because they already have that Belleric, but they're gonna need another bodyguard in order to protect their Harley as well as that Melissa as of the moment. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming as to what they're going to pick. I
My
think
kiss grants you
no,
immortality or
what's this
death.
guy's name? Drunk Dolphin. Yeah, I'm not too sure what Drunk Dolphin is gonna be. Okay, he picks up the Alice. Drunk Dolphin picks up the Alice. Okay, so the Alice is relatively gonna be very strong at that turtle
I
fight.
am the
Very
power of
annoying,
light
especially with
incarnate.
the ultimate, and is gonna be able to catch multiple people, especially if you get the taunt as well as the Wrath of the Dryad with that Balearic ultimate. Hello, Shadows. Okay, I'm not sure whether y'all know that I can see the comments. So or wait, or I always picks up the Kaja. Is the Kaja allowed to be played? Wait, can I get a check on this? Is the Kaja allowed to be played? Has it been 2 weeks already? I need a check on this because if not, we're gonna have to restart the match here.
10 years of
Okay, and
imprisonment.
our Wyverns picks up the Terizla. The Terizla is pretty okay in the laning phase. Also has the same crowd control potential as the Alice as I've seen. Okay. And here say that our Wyvern's jungle is not very happy with the draft. Then looking over the Valhalla game, they pick up the Novaria. Ooh, I love Novaria players. I love the Novaria pick. I'm very biased. So I'm kind of rooting for Valhalla Gaming as well right now. Hello, Zero Two. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they have they have a very strong lineup of that Melissa, that Harley, as well as that Novaria. However, they do require a lot of scaling in order to really pop off, as we've seen, as they are all pretty much very scaling heroes, including that Harley. So looking over to that turtle pit fight, it's really going to be very dependent on how they play before that turtle, how their setup is before that turtle. Whereas we're gonna see how that Alice is really going to utilize the ultimate and just catch the players of Aura Wyverns. But Aura Wyverns have picked up that Kaja, which I haven't seen as of yet, really by the other teams that I've seen. So I believe that's going to be very interesting to see how that Kaja is going to fare in the game. So looking over to the teams, I still think that Aura Wyverns may be able to get that first turtle. However, if I'm not wrong, I believe they still should be able to get that first turtle because they have the Rafa, they have the Terizla. I'm not too sure how strong that Kaja is gonna be. You see that? I mean, the Kaja is very annoying because he's able to walk through. Okay, not walk through, fly over the obstacles, and he's able to stun enemies and such, and just pull them away. But at the same time, you can see that the team of Valhalla Gaming, they are very mobile heroes. So their Kaja may not be able to catch them due to their mobility. So looking over, look at the Teresa, very very annoying to Kree ever waiting, just harassing them in their farm, but he's just foregoing his lane in order to harass the members of Valhalla Gaming. Looking over at Kaja as well, a very annoying team comment we've seen over here. Oh, but just barely misses slowdowns, almost dies, and the members of Valhalla Gaming very very low. Even though we can see that Aura Wyvern is very very aggressive, just all up in Valhalla Gaming space, just walking up to them, just treating it like it's their own space and stuff. Looking over, the turtle is gonna be spawned up, and we see Kree ever waiting is level 4. Zolt, I believe, is also level 4, almost level 5 in fact. Looking over, the Astro Echo being popped onto the members of Aura Wyverns. Going over, we see the Kacha going onto the backline, just invading their red buff over there. We see the Alice. The Alice does not try to go for that engage over there. Oh, and the first blood, the core part memory going onto that Novaria dies. They see that Teresa manages to take down that Teresa over there. The Harley going onto that back line over there. We see the Alice trying to harass the members. Double kill onto that Teresa. The Alice manages to take down one, but the Rafa takes on back. The Harley manages to take down the Brody. Oh, a lot of fights happening in the early game fight at the turtle, and no one has even touched the turtle as of yet. Going over, we see Zop manages to secure that turtle. managing to win out that trade, and we see on across the scoreboard it is going to be a 4-2. Maybe a little bit too aggressive there for Valhalla Gaming. I believe Valhalla Gaming really needed to get a few pokes down first, such as that using that Novaria, using the how to say, the Breleric in order to taunt down the members of. We're looking over at the bot side. I believe. Oh no, the Brody almost barely survives. I think with the help of slow dance, using that heal in order to speed up and get the Brody away, they were able to just barely allow that Brody to survive. I believe over at that top side that the win of that fight could really be credited to that Brody over there, because you see that the Brody actually rotated to the top side without the Melissa. Oh, we look at over the ultimate being cast over by the Kaja. Unfortunately, does not catch the Melissa because the Melissa was able to flicker away. Not a very fast follow up from the rest of the members. The penalty zone catching two. The Astro Echo hitting multiple, but unfortunately, oh, and he does take down once over there. Now they want more. They're trying to fight Kree ever waiting, trying to fight him. But it seems that Kree is just going to be able to escape. And we see the Divine Resurrection by that Rafaela. Very, very annoying, manages to catch the Teresa. Going over the Alice, trying to look for some kind of trade back to the members, and managed to get multiple people, such as 3 people. But unfortunately, the follow-up just isn't the best, especially when you're playing with an Novaria. You really need that Melissa in order to follow up. Torn apart memory being utilized as well, but just not enough damage in order to take down that Alice. But once again, Novaria is not very good at following up on that Valeric as well as the Alice. It helps make the setup easier. Oh, but we see the Divine Judgment being used on that Novaria, and the Novaria is gonna get caught off guard. And I believe this is just going to be a free turtle. Look over at the bot side. Kree ever waiting, goes for a gang onto that Brody. Is Kree gonna get punished for it? No, he does not. And unfortunately, Kenshi falls, and Zolt gets that turtle. A trade for the turtle for that marksman. Looking over to the mid side over there, it seems that Bowie might fall, but he uses the Wrath of the Dry in order to back off, but he manages to defend that mid tower. And then Zolt, he wants more. He doesn't only want the mid lane. He doesn't only want the mid lane. He also wants that blue buff as well. Looking over at that Melissa, the Melissa using the go away in order to try to help cover his teammates. But you see the Kaja just does not care. He's flying over the obstacles and just flying up to Valhalla Gaming's faces. Looking over to the bot side once again, Kenshi just trying his best to farm up, and we see the rest of the members of Aura Wyverns is going to help out, give some love to the Brody, because Kree has just been on his ass the whole game, trying to not allow Kenshi to scale, because if Kenshi is able to scale, he's gonna hit like a truck. And they don't want that from the Brody, they want that from their own teammate, they want that from the Melissa. So going over, we see the Kaja utilizes the ultimate, catches the Novara once again, the Wrath of the Dryad, popping onto multiple, the Astro Echo as well, and he does get taken down by the Teresa. Looking over, double kill forwards onto Bowie. And the members of Valhalla Gaming are quite literally just crumbling. The entire bot side has been taken down, the mid turret has been taken down, and it looks like the top turret is going to be next. I don't think Such is going to be able to defend this turret away from Zolt. And he does. He just backs away and safely retreats and lets Zolt just take the turret. Just take it. Just take the turret. Because, as long as I survive for my life, it doesn't matter. I believe the game plan for Valhalla Gaming as of now is really to try to scale up, try to get the Melissa's items, try to get the Novara to scale up first. But I believe this is the problem that we kind of mentioned earlier. The Harley, the Novara, as well as the Melissa all really need some kind of scaling in order to really pop off the the Divine Lasso being used on the go. The alley's going on. We see Jingle manages to take down the Kaja. Going over, we see the Teresa trying to go over to the backline, dealing lots of damage. And along with that, Brody, does he use the Total Farm Memory? But we see Kree actually goes to the backline and manages to take down Slow Dance in order to trade for his team. 2 members on the side of Aura Wyverns does get taken down. We look over to that top side over there. They are going to try to defend that turret. And we look over. I see someone in chat asking, Rafa made really new meta, but yes, it was ever since MSC at EWC when the Rafa made first debut, which was from Aurora Gaming Turkey, and they managed to beat out Team Liquid, which is why it got popularized. Looking over to that mid side over there, we saw the penalty zone being used, but they aren't going to do much about it really because once again they don't really have that follow up nearby just in time that's really going to do much damage. So they just decided to back. Let's take a look at the members of Valhalla Gaming. You're really just trapped in your base. Nothing that they can do. We look at Kree. Kree manages to slip by with the help of his hat away from Zolt. But yeah, if this game goes on to the late game, I believe that Valhalla Gaming still have the winning chance. So our Wyverns really need to take this chance in order to end the game early. Make sure that Novara, make sure that Melissa doesn't scale in order to really end the game. Because if you realize, if that Novara is able to shoot from far, if that Melissa is able to just hit that hit the members of Aura Wyverns for free, they should be very painful, very practically untouchable. But I feel like Maringan has been getting a lot of very vital tools, especially on that Novara or the Astro Echo as well as the Pakido going on for the final strike onto that Bellerin manages to take down Melissa as well. Let's see Creed. Creed tries to get something out of it, the two of his members are dead. He's trying to get some kind of trade, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to. Looking over to that mid side, they are just going to storm down that mid side, take that mid side for free, pop that inhibitor turret, I believe. No, the turret does not get popped. Looking over to that lord, we see our wyverns, they're just gonna take that lord for free. Everything is just free real estate. There's nothing that Valhalla Gaming can do. They just keep getting picked off. They're just taking the really bad fights. They're just not getting anything in trades. Looking over to what was that? They wouldn't just hit that tower for free. Like he just walked into that turret without any of the minions. Interesting. Okay. So yes, and we see Kenshi gets a solo kill onto that Harley actually. And looking over to someone in the chat, they actually mentioned that there's what's this? 6 towers versus 0 towers. And no, he did not hit the Lord, so that the Lord he did not hit that tower, so the Lord will go that lane. Looking over to the penalty zone as well as the Alice trying to get something out, but double kill onto Zolt, and it seems that they are going to take that mid tower. They are going to get that top tower. It seems like the game may just end it over here. We see the Alice trying their best, using the ultimate in order to stall the members of Aura Wyverns, but I believe they're just delaying the inevitable. We see Kree ever waiting also trying his best, tries to utilize the Retri, but it is not going to do much, and Aura Wyverns is going to take the first game. Dude, like I just saw someone in chat. They said that he hit the tower, so the Lord will go that lane. The Lord is not gonna go that lane if you've already taken the Lord. Like that's not how the game works. You need to hit that tower before the Lord, and he's gonna go there. And they wouldn't even want it to go top side anyways, cause like you will want the Lord to march down mid. So yeah, I think that was a very fast game that we've seen today. Against we see Aura Wyverns versus Valhalla Gaming. I think we kind of want to see the how to say we kind of want to see I think a longer match. As we can see, maybe Valhalla Gaming doesn't shouldn't really how to say draft as many scaling heroes because it's very hard to carry the early game utilizing all these late game potential heroes. But what's the matter of but like what's the point of drafting these late game potential heroes if you're not even going to go into the late game? So we're gonna go back into the map drawing and start our second game. And potentially Valhalla Gaming, are they going to be able to come back from this? I'm not too sure, but we're going to see into our second match as we are gonna go into the map drawing and see what kind of map that they are gonna have. So looking over to the map selection, we see that they have picked up expanding rivers, I believe. Yes, they have picked up expanding rivers. Is this the same match as just now? Yeah, so we're just gonna go into the draw. Yeah. So Yeah. Okay, wait.
A
What?
punch for a punch.
DTO1. Yeah, the Lord will go to the weakest lane, but they don't calculate it after you take the Lord. It's calculated before you take the Lord. That's why even if like let's say all your lanes are equal, by right you'll go mid, right? Then let's say you take the Lord and then like you push that top tower and the top tower is lower than the mid lane, it's still gonna go to that mid lane. Okay, so looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they decided to ban out the Paquito. I believe that Paquito for Zolt. Zolt Paquito was definitely very, very annoying. You know, he was just dashing here, dashing there,
The
dealing some
ocean
sort of
is
burst
not
damage.
just our
So
home,
I could see why they're gonna
it
ban it. We
is
see
who
Aura Wyverns.
we
They are
are.
going to ban out that Atlas once again.
Different
So looking
perspectives
over, I
expose the
think
same truth.
Three,
okay, so
two,
Valhalla Gateway decided to
one.
take out the Marcel once again. I believe Aura Wyverns may want to take out that Barats once again, maybe. Perhaps maybe the Barats, maybe the Eudora. I think besides Aura Wyverns, I think maybe Valhalla Gaming. I think Valhalla Gaming might want to take out that Carmilla once again. So I
I
think they're
might
going
not
to
be
add
a
Carmilla
lighted
as
man,
their
but I
last
do know
ban.
my traits.
If I'm not wrong, they're gonna take Carmilla as their last ban. Looking over the Aura Wyverns, they do ban out that Barats. Valhalla Gaming once again is going to be that first pick. So Aura Wyverns may want to take out the
True
Hirara.
love
They want to take out the
is like
Hirara
blood.
because it is very strong. Yes, and we can see Valhalla Gaming standard they ban out the Carmilla as a respect ban for Aura Wyverns. So I believe Aura Wyverns may take out that Hirara because they do not want to give that over to Valhalla Gaming. So we're going to look over to the bands once again. I see Aura Wyverns. I guess they're thinking about it. You know, it's their last band. They kind of need to. They kind of need to think it through about what they're going to potentially ban because there's still a lot of politics
Pain
open. The
is the
Beleric, the
proof that I'm
Hirara,
still
the
alive.
oh, but they've decided to ban out the Brody instead. Maybe they don't think Kree can play a very good Hirara. That's why they've decided to open it. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, are they going to pick up the Hirara? Is the question. Because there's a lot of things that's already open.
Even the
I see
fullest
if
bloom
they are not going to pick up the
pales
Hirara, or Rins are
before the
definitely going to pick
scattering
that up, and they
petals.
do. Valhalla Gaming does pick up the Hirara for Kree. I guess
Need some
maybe
stitches? I can help.
I'm not too sure whether they have a counter strategy towards Hirara or maybe they just
Mighty
do not
oaks for
respect
little
Kree's
acorn
Hirara. Then we look
grow.
over to Aura Wyverns, they decided to pick up the Melissa as well as that Bellery. They've kind of like swapped drafts, you could say, because just now earlier I believe Valhalla Gaming also first two picked the Belleric as well as that Melissa. So looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they may want to pick up the
You should be
Rafaela as
ashamed for
well.
not trusting yourself.
No, they decided to pick up the Eudora. They picked up the Eudora, and they have one more slot that they're going to take. Let's take a look at Valhalla Gaming. They. Oh, I was gonna say maybe they'll pick up the Brody, but Aura Wyverns has already banned out that Brody. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, their marksman. Who is their
Chivalry is
marksman player?
dead,
Their marksman
and
player
I will
is
revive it.
Such. Oh, okay, that was very quick. Okay, they picked up the Clean right now. If I'm clean right now, Aura Wyverns
There's nowhere for the evil to
needs a
hide.
very okay. They do they pick up the Rafaela. Okay, well I mean the Rafaela is gonna be a little bit annoying in that laning phase, especially with her first skill. A lot of poking they'll go on in the mid lane using that Rafaela. You see, Aura Wyverns is going to be on to the ban here, so I think they may ban out the
Uranus
EXP laner
has
or the
awakened.
roamer. Okay, and they decided to ban out the Uranus. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they are, I believe, going to ban the jungler. Maybe a Nolan or a Ling, something that can like catch the squishy heroes of Valhalla Gaming, such as the Eudora, such as the Klin. So I believe Valhalla Gaming should be banning out those assassins, if I'm not wrong.
Welcome to the greatest magic
So looking
show
over
of
to
all
Valhalla
time.
Gaming, they are going to ban the Harley. Okay? they've banned out the Harley for Aura Wyverns. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to be on the ban once again. Maybe they want to ban out another tanky
Night
hero,
sky
maybe the
tells
Esmeralda.
all.
And yes, they do. They do ban out the Esmeralda. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming once again, they are going to ban, I believe, another jungler. Since they've already banned the Harley, I believe they're gonna ban another sort of pick off hero. Maybe Nolan. Nolan? Are they going to play the Nolan? I guess they're kind of need some time to think about it. That's why they haven't banned us
Now
yet.
you lead the way to the next adventure.
Oh no, they decided to ban out the Sora. Interesting. Is that like a very secret, strong Sora player that I'm unaware of? Because I've seen like these teams ban out the Sora, but I don't remember Sora having like any buffs recently
My
as
kiss
to
grants
explain
you
why they would just keep banning
immortality
the Sora. And
or
then we see
death.
Aura Wyverns, they have picked up that Alice. It really looks like they kind of switched drafts with that Alice, with that Melissa, with that Valerie. Only difference is Rafaela. Okay. Maybe like Aura Wyverns are just trying to show Valhalla Gaming like,
10
oh,
years.
I can copy your
of
draft and I can do it
imprisonment.
better. So looking at the Valhalla Gaming, they decided to pick up that Teresa. Maybe they saw how frightening once Teresa could be and how much impact that it had utilizing that penalty zone as well as that lady phase against the Alice. And now Valhalla Gaming is just missing out a
Muscle of
Roman.
iron. Bones
And
of
decided to pick up
steel.
Gatot. Okay, they decided to pick up Gato Gacha, which is a hero that I actually haven't seen being played so far. So I would like to see how this Gato is going to fare, especially into Aura Wyverns and into that Rafaela, which is going to be very, very annoying with that slow as well as the poking that's going to come from that mid lane. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to have that last pick. Maybe a cheese pick if they really wanted to. So they are going to pick up that jungle, I believe, in that last pick, unless that Alice is jungle, but I highly doubt so. So I believe it will be an assassin. Oh no, they pick up the Lucas. I think we saw yesterday how Aura Wyverns actually played against Liquidity and Creon. I believe the jungler of Liquidity, he played the Lucas, and that Lucas is definitely very annoying. He had a lot of sustain, had a lot of damage, and especially with that CC immune, he was a headache to catch as well as kill. And it took a lot of effort on the side of Aura Wyverns just to take down Creon on the side of Liquidity. So I believe we will be going into our second match of Aura Wyverns versus Valhalla Gaming. Is Aura Wyverns going to end this with a 2-0 once again, making them one of the top seeded teams in our regular season groupings, in our regular season stage? Or is Valhalla Gaming able to take this to a 1-1 and make it our first 3-game series of the entire regular season? Now looking over, I believe how to say, Valhalla Gaming's draft. Valhalla Gaming's draft is definitely more actually no, they're both quite meta. They're both quite meta, especially with that Kirara pick. I would like to see how much impact Kree especially is going to have, especially since he is playing that Kirara, which is very, very annoying, very versatile, I would say. He can easily go for the pickoffs, can easily, sort of just annoy the members of Aura Wyverns. Let's look over to that mid side over there. Oh, wait a minute. The Melissa arrival. Oh my god. Wait. That Melissa cleared the mid lane, arrival to his lane, and now did she make ganking his lane? Oh my god. Wait. Kenshi, who did you learn this from? Okay, but Valhalla Gaming is not gonna allow them to do that for free. So they are going to get that first blood onto Slowdance because they rotated early to that top side. But Valhalla Gaming kind of just saw that rotation and decided to cut them off through that river to make sure that you aren't going to go in back to that mid lane for free. Looking over back, we see that isn't a very good kill to give, especially since the Hirara, if the Hirara gets like killed, they're gonna be very very dominant in that early stage, very painful, and it's gonna be able to scale a lot faster. Look over the mid side, Slow Dance is not having a good time. Always getting harassed by the members of Valhalla Gaming. Maybe they saw how annoying that Rafa could be, especially since in that previous game we saw that the Rafa with a lot of the heals. We see look over to that Luca, he's gonna jump over onto that onto the members of Valhalla Gaming. Looking over to that trigger, we see that Alice going onto that backline over there. Her sending members, we see the Gato just taunt that Alice away. The Alice just cuts the lane for free. Doesn't matter, but of course that Alice is going to be able to cut the lane, especially if the rest of the members of or Wyverns is there to back up that Alice. And it seems like Valhalla Gaming is just going to give the turtle away for free. I don't think that's exactly the best decision. Looking over, we see Kenshi is able to escape away with his life, especially after Korea tried to, chase him down. And we looking over at the double rotation from that Melissa. You see, Melissa is gonna be able to, clear the lane or even rotate at the opposite lane. Oh, the Rafa missed the ulti. Oh my goodness! Look by the penalty, but unfortunately it misses him. We look over to the penalty zone. Utilizes it in order to escape. Oh, and he does a rival to the tower, but he just gets taken down by Suj. Kenshi, what are you doing? Then we look over, we see, okay, it's okay, because the Divine Resurrection is gonna be able to, bring Kenshi up once again. But I guess you can see how they are going to use that arrival, especially since, he rotated all the way to that bot side and there's arrivals all the way back to his lane. They look over to Zalt, manages to take down Kree, ever waiting all the way at his Lizard. Looking over there, diving all the way at the second tier, the ref for the Dryad being used once again, and Zalt dives in once again, and a double kill for Zalt onto Such. Looking over, they want more. They're looking over, they're trying to get the Gato, but it seems the Gato is gonna back away to safety with the help of Jingo. So many fights happening, it's making me sick. That's why I've been coughing, but it doesn't matter. We look over to Once. Once is just harassing Kree, ever waiting. Kree getting punished in his own jungle. We see he's so far in towards Valhalla Gaming side, but it doesn't even matter. The ulti being used. We see the AOT being popped in order to back off, but we see Jingo manages to take down Slowdance once again. Zalt very low, gets taken down by Kree. Kree getting chased down by the Alice, but I believe he should be able to back off. Yes, he does, but it seems that the Alice may want that to resolve. Okay, no, he decides to back off instead. A lot of skirmish, maybe a little bit of an overextend from our Wyverns. They are getting a little bit too overconfident. We see, oh, Kenshi gets taken down by Jingo a little bit too far off, gets baited by Such, and he just gets picked off by that Eudora. The Eudora didn't even have to ambush him. He just walked up to the Melissa and gets taken down. So we see the Divine Resurrection does bring the Melissa up once again. But as I mentioned earlier, Alright, but maybe a little bit too overconfident. They already got the first game, so they felt like they could really do anything that they wanted to do. Look over to the Alice, utilizes the ulti to wrap for the Dryad. Kree manages to get that turtle over there. Look over to the fight, we see Zalt. Zalt is gonna join the fight. Then we see he is gonna try to jump onto the members of Valhalla Gaming, I believe, but they are going to back off all the way. A little bit too far, Zalt. I don't believe we're going to be able to get anything. The Hirara going on with the Kaizen N and the Mason N, trying to get something using her fans, but it doesn't seem like she is going to get everything. The speed up from the Rafaela, trying to catch the members of Valhalla Gaming, but they aren't going to be able to. But it seems that our Wyverns are just going to, trade that turtle for some kind of turret steal, as you can see at that mid side over there. But I don't think they may be able to get that mid turret because the members of Valhalla Gaming are going to be up very quickly and defend that turret because, mid lane is the most important turret. They don't want to drop that. So looking over to that mid side once again, they are going to be able to defend it. Now we need to see what Aura Wyverns decide to do next. Going over the Wrath of the Dryad being popped out once again. We see some kind of skirmish that's happening at the riverside. It seems that Valhalla Gaming is forced to back once again. Gets taken down by Kenshi. Not a very good playmaking decision, especially since you've already punished our Wyverns one time, but you've just decided to give them more and more and more because, I guess you just want to blunder. Maybe you just want to blunder That's why you just want to give them the kills. Looking over to that top side, over there we see Kenshi getting the gold trap, getting the poke onto the tower. At the same time, the stun going on by the Rafaela. It seems that Ground Dolphin is going to get taken down, and they are going to take that turret as well. It seems that the members of Team Valhalla Gaming are they are quite disconnected. And due to that disconnection, they just keep going one by one. And every time they go one by one, they just get easily picked off by Aura Wyverns who have been playing as a team. You can see 3 members together, you know. Oh, they're all camping in that one bush. Okay, they decided against it and decided to go towards that turtle side. It seems like Kree may get that turtle for free, however, because the members of Aura Wyverns were a little bit too far. Oh no, the AOG being popped as well. We see the ultimate being utilized by the Wrath and the Wrath of the Dryad. We see the Alice utilizes and we see Bowie gets taken down. Penalty zone onto Tree. We see, but however, the rest of the members of Valhalla Gaming aren't going to follow it out. So that penalty zone is gonna be for nothing. Double kill for Zalt onto Kree ever waiting. And we see that it is definitely a very worthwhile trade onto the side of Aurora once they manage to take both two members onto the side of Valhalla Gaming down. You see the Alice goes on to the back, manages to get 2, Kenshi takes down Such. Going over, we see that they are going, they are just taking everything that they can get. A rival onto that bot side, very, very annoying for that Melissa. Melissa just she wants because she's using that arrival, and Aura wants to get even more. They want to get that second tier at the bot side. So Melissa using the puppet manages to take down Bowie and killing spree for Kenshi. Oh my goodness. It seems that, I mean, I think it just really goes to show why the Melissa is in meta specifically. The Melissa has that long range. You can use muddles in order to attack enemies from very far away. The Wrath of the Dryad being utilized over there. See the Alice going on to the backline. Rafael managed to get a kill on Suit once again. It seems that the members of Team Valhalla Gaming just keep getting cycled once again. They just keep dropping like flies. Every time you see one member down, another member is going to fall down. Then we see Drunk Dolphin. He tried to use the penalty zone in order to, try to get something, but it seems that he's not going to be able to, and he just falls. And we see the mid lane has already been popped. Pretty very, very smart, trying to do some kind of macro play. He really sees that the members of Aura Wyvern are kind of all just bundled up. So he does manage to escape and get that turret. I don't think Team Valhalla Gaming is going to be able to come back from this. It is gonna be very, very hard, as you can see, because they're just winning so hard. Like Team Valhalla Gaming, they've only gotten 1 turret, but Team Valhalla is only left with all their inhibitors. Then we see one very, very annoying, just hugging Kree over there, and the Lord is just gonna go uncontested. Or Ravens are just gonna take that Lord for free. That's quite literally nothing Valhalla Gaming can do at the moment. I don't think this is going to be a comeback story. But hey, I mean, you never know what can happen. Maybe or Wyverns is gonna blunder. Maybe Team Valhalla Gaming suddenly, they they become like M series level and they just manage to turn that game around. But as of the moment, it doesn't seem very likely, and it seems like they may just get taken down. We see the go away being utilized by that Melissa as well. Then the Wrath of the Dryad catches onto 2. Kenshi manages to take down the Eudora and double kill for Kenshi managing to get both. We see the Alice using the ultimate as well as that flicker triple kill. Maniac for Kenshi. I believe that's our first Maniac of the tournament. Then we see Zalt tries to take down Kree. Is he gonna get that Savage, or are they just going to end that game? It seems like our Wyverns are just going to take this game and end this with a 2-0. I feel like that match felt a lot faster than the previous match. Very, very clean though for Aura Wyverns. They managed to, very standard gameplay, managed to invade the jungler, managed to scale their marksman, which is something that actually Valhalla Gaming didn't do very well in the previous game for their own marksman. So we can see Kenshi definitely playing a very vital role in taking down the members of, you can see Valhalla Gaming managing to secure that Maniac right before ending the base. We see there's only 5 kills onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. So I think you know what? it's okay, NT Valhalla Gaming. I think even though they haven't really showcased to us what they can really do, I think you still need to remember that this is only the online qualifiers, and there's still gonna be more matches is gonna be shown at the offline venue of Wanyo. So that is our first match of today, and I believe that before our second match we will be going into a short 15-minute break. So do stay tuned to watch the rest of our matches for our regular season.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second series of today. It is going to be Liquidity versus Valhalla Gaming. Previously, we saw Valhalla Gaming play against, I believe, Aura Wyverns, and I would like to see more from Valhalla Gaming, especially since they are one of our 4 invited teams. So we are very excited to see how they are going to fare against Team Liquidity. If y'all have I'll say if y'all remember or if anyone watched the first season of Project Zero, you would know that Liquidity was our last season's champion team. So we're very excited to see how Valhalla is going to fare. Is Valhalla going to be able to take the win off the champion team? Is the champion team going to maintain their momentum over the other teams and secure a win? And now we're going to look into the matches. I'm very excited to see whether it's going to be a 2-0 as per normal or whether it's really going to turn into a 3 series. Now looking at the map selection, it is going to be Dangerous Grass. Shout out to Wanyo once again for making all of this possible, and also the fact that Wanyo is actually our national training center for esports. If y'all didn't know, so let's go into the draft. Looking over, we see Valhalla Gaming is going to be on the ban. They are going to be the first pick of this series. So looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they may want to ban out maybe the Paquito once again. They had a lot of trouble against that Paquito previously in that round against Aura Wyvern. So they may want to get ban out that Paquito. Uh, well, I guess the time is going down. Not too sure about what they're going to pick at the moment. Let's see what they're going to ban. It is going to be the Paquito. Now looking over to Liquidity XAZ. Liquidity is going to be the second pick. So it seems that they may want to ban some kind of strong heroes. Okay, they ban out the Freya. I really see some kind of trend here. We see Liquidity. He really doesn't really like the Freya, as I can see. They really don't like to open that Freya. Looking at the Valhalla Gaming, they may want to close down some kind of counters. Potentially, they may want to shut down some kind of counters if they don't want to play into those. May close out the Marcel, as I believe the Roma from Liquidity is able to play the Marcel pretty well as well. But we can see Valhalla Gaming, they don't really necessarily
Different
have any
perspectives
heroes that
expose
they
the
need
same
to
truth.
necessarily
3,
respect ban.
2,
Okay, yes, they
1.
have taken out that Marcel. Now looking over to Liquidity, it seems that
Even the
Liquidity
fullest
may want
bloom
to get rid of that
pales
Uranus,
before the scattering petals.
and they do get rid of that Uranus. So looking over to Valhalla Gaming for that ban, they just immediately get rid of that Hirara. It doesn't seem like they want to give
Sir,
Kree
what's
that
your
Hirara
command?
for some reason, and they ban out the Fanny. Liquidity bans out the Fanny. I'm not too sure whether Valhalla Gaming, a jungler like Kree, I'm not too sure whether he can actually play Fanny because we haven't seen him pull out the Fanny as of yet. Maybe he's saving it for the playoffs, but I'm not too sure as well. So looking over to Valhalla Gaming for that first pick, it seems that the Atlas, the Baldric, as well as that Melissa and the Eudora is still open. So I'm assuming Valhalla Gaming is really going to see which one they prioritize most out of those and pick up
I might not be a
whatever they're more
lighted man,
confident
but
in
I
as
do know my
well.
traits.
Okay, so Valhalla Gaming have picked up that Barats, I believe. So looking over
I didn't
to
cure the pain.
Liquidity,
I
Liquidity
harness it.
still hasn't picked up. Okay, they have picked up that Valen. Okay, the Valen is very useful in copying the enemy team's ultimate. So let's say if Valhalla Gaming picks up the Atlas or that Valor, they're still able to copy the ultimate. So you see Liquidity have picked up that Valentina as well as that Valor. So in response, I'm assuming that Valhalla Gaming will pick up that Atlas, especially since it's a very strong roamer, and may risk the chance of getting banned, especially in the second ban pick phase, as it's just a power pick, I guess. So looking over to Valhalla Gaming, they still haven't picked their third hero as of yet. I'm assuming they may pick up that Eudora because the Eudora is still open. unless they've decided that, oh, Jingle has a lot of other heroes that he can play. They don't necessarily need to pick it up now. Maybe they need to prioritize someone else that has a small hero pool. Maybe they want to pick up something, maybe that Melissa, once again, maybe something that can lane into the Melissa in case
Pain
Liquidity picks it
is
up.
the proof
So
that
it's
I'm
okay. It
still
seems that Valhalla
alive.
Gaming has picked up that Brody once again. Very popular picks at the moment. I think the only few MMs that I've seen so far is that Brody, the Melissa, as well as the Moskov.
Now you
at
lead the way to the next adventure.
Look about the Liquidity. Okay, Liquidity picks up that Sora, which is very interesting because I've seen. Okay, I think there's only been one game where the Sora has been picked up, and the Sora was definitely very detrimental to the enemy team, using the shifting skies, using the thunder form, using the cloud form in order to kind of displace
You should be
the
ashamed for not
members
trusting
of
yourself.
the enemy team. Looking over to Liquidity, they decided to ban out that Eudora because Valhalla Gaming hasn't picked up a mid laner as of yet. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming for the bans, we see they may want to ban out that Melissa. Yes, they may want to ban out the Melissa because Liquidity hasn't picked up a gold laner as of yet.
Need some
Looking over to
stitches?
Valhalla
I can
Gaming
help.
okay, they are going to ban out that Melissa. Now Liquidity, they are going to be on the ban once again. May ban out a mid laner, potentially that Kimmy or perhaps Zunox, because we see Valhalla Gaming's mid laner Jingle very comfortable on those two heroes. His Kimmy is even his signature pick actually, as I believe at some point he held the title of Singapore #1 Kimmy. So Liquidity may want to look to ban those out, or maybe they're confident that they can play into those heroes and may want to ban out something like the jungler instead. May ban out the YSS because, as we've seen earlier, Kree is very comfortable on that YSS, very comfortable on that Harley. So the Liquidity may just want to pick their poison and kind of just see which one it will be more damaging to their team. So going over to the bans, are they not going to ban anything?
It's time to go to the RT
Okay, it seems
show.
that Liquidity has
Some
chosen. Oh,
fun.
never mind. They have banned something. Very, very, very late ban. I'm not too sure what they banned.
Chivalry is dead.
I can't really see it.
and I
properly.
will revive
think they
it.
banned out the Lilia. Oh yes, okay. They have banned out the Lilia. It was just like cut off a little bit, and then we see Valhalla Gaming bans out another marksman yet again, which is the Clint. Looking over to Liquidity, I believe Liquidity is going to be picking at the moment. Not too sure about what Liquidity is going to pick. Could potentially be. Well, I guess they have to pick up the marksman. Okay, so the Melissa is gone, the Clint is gone. Maybe the Moskov, or I guess if they really don't know how to deal with the Barats, perhaps maybe the carry even. I suppose. Looking over to Liquidity, but Liquidity may also choose to, not pick up a marksman now. Could potentially pick up the jungler.
They
later
call
on.
me a hero
Oh.
because I saved my
Okay, so
nation from
Liquidity have
falling
picked up
apart.
that YSS. They're looking over to Valhalla Gaming for that picks. I believe Valhalla Gaming is going to pick
in
up
my dream
that
world.
Tunox. Yes, okay, they pick up the Tunox because we can see that it is definitely Jingo's comfort hero. And I believe that. Oh, but once again, we really are having that issue of Valhalla Gaming having a lot of scaling heroes. Once again, it seems that they really do love those scaling heroes, which it's gonna take a while for them to kind of get
I'm
that
born with
kind of
talent.
get that farm in order to really deal their damage and reach their potential power spike. Now looking over Valhalla, they pick up that Guinevere, so Kree is going to be playing Guinevere jungle. And looking over to Liquidity is going to pick up that Bruno for that marksman. I'm not too sure how that Bruno is going to lane against that Brody because I'm not a marksman player, so I'm not too sure about these kind of things. But looking over to that draft, it really does seem that your turtle is going to be very dependent on how both these EXP laner plays. So if you look over, they have that Barats, they have that Sora, the Shifting Skies, as well as the Tunas Welcome. It's going to be very it's really gonna set the tempo for at the turtle. See who can harass the enemy jungler the best, really, honestly. So if we're gonna look over, I think once again, I think this is the first time we've seen Kree play the Guinevere as well as Crayon picking up that YSS. I don't believe we've seen Crayon play that YSS just yet. Now we are going to be hopping into the game, looking over to team once again Liquidity versus Valhalla Gaming. This is our second series for today, and it is the first game of the second series. Looking at Bowie. Bowie has already been poked down very, very, very low. Looking over, we see Jingo trying to clear the wave, trying to poke them. At the same time, but it seems Bowie may have overextended a little bit. You already know he doesn't have the second skill, so he may not be able to back in time, but he is forced to pop that flicker. A very early flicker bait out by Liquidity. I guess this is a problem that we've kind of sort of been seeing on the side of Valhalla Gaming. We see Bowie really likes to step out, try to secure that space. But while he's trying to secure that space, he's also getting a lot of the he's already soaking up a lot of damage, but he's soaking up a little bit too much, which is what forces him to back off and kind of get that damage down. But actually, I just realized that Liquidity has a player swap. Yesterday we saw Xiaoming. Xiaoming was playing gold lane yesterday, I believe. And okay, looking over to JJH, GH very low, forced to back once again. But okay, as I was saying, yesterday I remember Xiaoming was their gold laner actually for Liquidity, and their mid laner was Mini T. So they made some player substitution. Looking over at their bot side, we see the Mountain Shocker being utilized and almost takes down the Barat right before the turtle. I don't think that Barat is going to get that level 4, so that's definitely a very defining factor for Liquidity in order to secure that turtle, especially since the Sora is going to have that EXP lane pressure as well as having the advantage over that Barat and definitely giving it easier time to Liquidity. The jump by that Guinevere baits out his teammate Jingo, so Jingo now doesn't have to duck out for the turtle, and pretty sure the turtle's name has Liquidity's name on it. So it seems like Liquidity is just going to get this turtle for free if I'm correct. Look over the jump as well as the Atlas a little bit too far. The Shifting Skies being utilized as well as the Violet Requiem First Blood goes over to Xiaoming. Mudkip manages to take down double kill for Xiaoming onto, but unfortunately Crayon does die and the Baras gets taken down as well. A wonderful tree trade onto the side of Liquidity. The Shifting Skies as well as the rotation from Mudkip actually. Mudkip made like a very fast rotation as compared to Suj. I believe I see Suj is actually quite low over there. It seems that Mudkip is definitely winning and managing his wave well enough. You see Mudkip, Suj. Suj was forced to back off because he was already quite low, but now Mudkip is just getting like the turret go for free, and you can see that Crayon as well gets that turtle for free. Looking a little bit of a skirmish towards that blue buff over there, the Shifting Skies as well as the flicker being popped out. It seems that Jingo is gonna kill killing spree for Xiaoming, the Wrath of the Dryad. Then we see the Violet Requiem being onto Javier Fu as well as Xiaoming double kill for the Barat. A lot of fights happening beyond the turtle pit as well as around the objectives. A very good play from Kree ever waiting, but unfortunately Javier was just a little bit too far off. Unfortunately, they did manage to pick off one. They managed to get rid of Jingo, but they just got punished instead because they're all just fighting inside the enemy team's buff. So Valhalla Gaming is definitely not gonna let them just do that for free. Looking over to that mid side, however, forced to pop the ultimate. We see Bowie. It seems that Bowie is forced to pop the flicker once again. The jump as well as the toddler. Oh my god, the Wrath of the Dryad. Then we see the Tunas Welcome trying to help out over there. Two getting stunned, and Jingo does take down Crayon. Then looking over, we see the Tuna Welcome. He's trying to get down, and he does manage to kill JJH as well. The Thunderform being utilized in order to shut down Drunk Dolphin. Looking over the Atlas using the Fatal Links, but the Bruno has that Purify in order to just escape away from that Atlas. I think this is a much more exciting game as compared to just now. 7 to 6 across the board, I believe. You know, a lot of kills being exchanged back and forth. I believe like we can really see the EXP laner shine, especially in this game. You see a lot of impact coming out from that Barat, a lot of impact coming out from that Sora as well. Looking over to Bowie, we see Bowie manages to stun GGH Giraffe on the drive being utilized. Hop onto tree, gets spit out by Detona and shoved back as well. Both of them forced to pop the flicker. Then we look over to Jingle. Jingle flickers in, uses the light out, dark out, manages to get a double kill. A little bit too far, and he does get taken down by Crayon and gives Crayon that shutdown. Looking over to that sort of shifting skies being utilized once again. We see the punch, gets stunned, and Switch gets taken down. We see double kill onto Drunk Dolphin. Is Bowie gonna get taken down as well? Yes, he does, and Mudkip gets that kill. As well as getting, as Kree, while all of that was happening, Kree manages to take the turtle, but is the treasure really worth it if the rest of your team is dead as well as your mid tower? And Crayon just goes over to take the blue buff as well. Liquidity is basically just, right, like, you know, bleeding the likes of Valhalla Gaming totally dry. They take, you know, they take the buff, they take the kills, they take the turret. Looking over at Thunderform all the way at the top side over there, trying to see, but he's getting ganked by the members of Valhalla Gaming and gets shut down by Jingle once again. Jingle is really one of the heroes that you don't really want to give that shutdown gold to, because we see that I believe Jingle but Jingle does get taken down by the YSS. But as I was saying, Jingle is one of those heroes. Okay, Lunox. Oh, see the Fatal Link's being used. He gets put back even though he dashed off. And the Violet Requiem just combos with that Fatal Link and manages to take down Crayon. And the Fatal Link's onto 2. We see GGH being utilizing the taunt as well as the rest of the Dryad in order to layer those stuns. We see the Valentina tries to get the members of Valhalla Gaming, but unfortunately it was not just enough damage in order to take those members down. Looking over to Liquidity. Liquidity really does seem to have the upper hand here. It seems that Liquidity still has all the turrets, whereas Valhalla Gaming have dropped their mid as well as their bot side turret, I believe. Now looking over to that bot side, it does seem that Drunk Dolphin is gonna die. Oh, but Jingle comes over from the back and manages to get down that Valentina as well. Is the Jingle managing? Is Jingle gonna be able to take down JJH as well? I do not think so, but oh, Crayon going over for the flank onto that Lunox. The Lunox, I believe, falls to pop the light ultimate and manages to escape with her life. But as I mentioned earlier, the Lunox is one of those heroes that you really do not want to give that scaling to, especially since Jingle, I believe, as a player, really loves the Fatal Links being popped as well. The Violet Requiem managing to take down Javier, I believe. Yes, the Tonapart memory manages to take down the Sora. I mean, looking over the Wrath of the Dry being utilized once again. We see Crayon going over the Tona's Welcome, manages to eat that YSS, and we see the fallout from the rest of the members of the team, and we see Crayon gets taken down, the light out being popped as well in order to disengage and back away from Liquidity. They've taken all that they wanted. They managed to take down 2 members of Team Liquidity, and Time Valhalla is pretty happy with that. Anyways, yes, so Jingle is a player, I know that he loves to play that Sky Piercer. So if Jingle scales up anymore and really gets his Sky Piercer sex, oh yeah, so you can see he does have that Sky Piercer. If he gets any more Sky Piercer sex, he's definitely going to be very annoying to the likes of Team Liquidity, especially also since Lunox is a very painful character and also a very slippery character due to that light ultimate. Let's look over back to the mid side. I believe they have a little bit of a skirmish. You see Bowie gets to the Detona's Welcome as well as the Violet Requiem. Xiaoming manages to dash away to safety, the Wrath of the Dryad in order to disengage and get rid of the members of Valhalla Gaming. Then we see, oh, is that Bowie? Oh, Bowie wanted more. I guess he wanted to engage yet again. But now the members of the Liquidity have fallen, even though Valhalla Gaming have utilized a lot of the skills, and Bowie has fallen instead. Maybe a little bit too greedy onto the side of Valhalla Gaming, or maybe there was some sort of miscom that Bowie was thinking that, you know, they can re-engage again, but I believe that not really, because Valhalla Gaming has already used a lot of their skills there. So let's look over to the GOAT difference. I think there is what is this? A 1k plus 1 play plus GOAT difference. Look over, oh, what a job by Kree. Okay. Prediction over for Kree. Now looking over at Bowie, giving the Violet Requiem. A lot of skills being utilized on the Valerie, however, but it doesn't see. Oh, the flicker being used by Drunk Dolphin, but he barely misses the YSS. Very lucky Crayon. If he was just a little bit more to the left, he definitely would have gotten eaten by Drunk Dolphin. And valiant effort by Drunk Dolphin. He almost got it, and if he got it, he really could have turned the game around a lot. And I'm not sure whether I saw correctly, but I think both Such and Jingle have Sky Piercer. I'm not too sure. I have to see the item check later on. The Violet Requiem being utilized once again. It doesn't seem that they're going to take Javier in time. No, they are going to be able to take Javier in time with the help of the Total Cloud and Memory. And the Fatal Links going on. And we see the jump onto Crayon, killing spree for Jingle. And we see the Wrath of the Dry as well. And the Fatal Links by the IMU being taken down. We see Jingle gets taken down. We see JJH as well. Sound being, as well as Smart Cape being taken alive. We see Smart Cape is still trying to get, but he gets bounced back. The Violet Requiem being utilized once again. JJH gets taken down. Now Xiaobing as well as Mudkip, they no longer have the flicker by Such, but Such gets taken down, killing spree from Mudkip. But as I was saying, Liquidity's damage units, they no longer have that front liner, but it does seem that Valhalla Gaming is still gonna be able to take that Lord. Such is crazy. So I think Such tried to go for, those kind of like Superman plays, but it clearly didn't turn out very well. So now when Valhalla Gaming's Lord is going to be pushed in, it doesn't seem like Such is going to have that flicker, so he's going to have to play it a little bit more safely. Oh yeah, and yeah, I saw it correctly. Both that Lunox as well as that Brody has Skypiercer. Oh, I guess it's not exactly the craziest thing that I could have seen, but it's definitely a bit detrimental to see, like, who's gonna get those Skypiercer stacks. And we see, okay, that Valen has picked up that Wishing Lantern, so she already has one of those key items, especially since the enemy has heroes like Guinevere, Atlas, as well as that Rocks. And it seems that Liquidity is just gonna, defend against the onslaught of minions as well as the Lord. Their Lord already got taken down towards the top side. Not much damage actually being dealt to the inhibitor turrets. Looking at the top side still looks pretty healthy. Looking over to that bot side, we see that, Valhalla Gaming is planning, they're scheming, trying to see what they can do next in order to take down the turrets and potentially end the base and end the game against Liquidity. Looking over at Jingle, look at Jingle's positioning. It seems that Jingle has the flicker as well, so they may look for a very sneaky. Oh, the Fatal Links being popped, and we see the Wrath of the Dry as well. The Tuton has welcome flickers onto the back line. Jingle, we see Crayon is the back as well. Double kill for Jingle. Then we see Kree tries to get more, but unfortunately is unable to make a kill for that Bruno. Triple kill for Crayon. Maniac onto Jingle, and he manages to get a wipeout onto Valhalla Gaming. A lot of ultimates being popped there, a very big skirmish over there. I think it can really be credited to Crayon coming in from that back line with that flank. But it seems like Liquidity might be able to just end the game here because of the blunder from Team Valhalla. Only Bowie as well as Such is going to be up, so it seems that they are just going to play it disciplined. I didn't even see the reset timer, but it's definitely a very big win for Liquidity. They're able to get that map pressure as well as get that mid turret away from Valhalla Gaming. So I think Valhalla, I mean, they did everything right, I suppose. Maybe Valhalla Gaming, their most the most annoying hero on Liquidity that they really need to mark is that YSS as well as that Bruno, and they really just let that Bruno as well as that YSS run free. And 3 members, okay, the stretch 3 members from Valhalla Gaming at the top side. It seems Liquidity is just gonna take that lot for free once again, uncontested. This seems like a reoccurring, sort of thing that a recurring pattern really. I think it seems that whenever like the team has sort of given up, they don't try to contest the lot and just like let them take it for free. Not too sure whether I agree with that, but you do you, I guess. You do you. Looking over to Liquidity, they are they have managed to secure the Lord. The Lord is marching down the mid side. It looks like they're going to look for a three-wave sync in order to stampede and burst the members of Valhalla Gaming. Looking over to that mid side, Valhalla Gaming is trying their best to clear that Lord, but Liquidity isn't going to let them do that for free. GGH trying to get all the space they can get. It seems that GGH may look for a play here. He does have that flicker up. Then we see Bowie. Bowie very, very low. Almost gets taken down by Liquidity in his own base. The Lord still having a little bit of health left. The Diplomas welcome. Unfortunately missed its mark. The Shifting Skies as well as the Wrath of the Dryad. We see Xiaoming manages to take down Drunk Dolphin. He's double kill for Xiaoming. Shot down by Jingle. Double kill. Are they gonna be able to turn this around? Jingle, it is gonna be a 2v2 triple kill. Looking over, we see Jamer as well as Mudkip is left. Is Jingle gonna be able to do anything to defend the base? Like he has the mid side, top side as well as the bot side diving in. Jingle, he tries to go for that flicker play. He tries to take down Mudkip, but unfortunately, I don't think it will be enough. He gets shut down. Godlike, and Liquidity is going to take this first game away from Valhalla Gaming.
Victory!
Let's look over back to the map. Okay. Defeated MVP by Kree, MVP by Mudkip. A very well-deserved MVP by Mudkip. Mudkip was dealing all that damage, managing to burst down the members of Valhalla Gaming. We already saw how low Bowie was before the fight even started. They already made Bowie, how to say, they already made Bowie basically or like practically unusable in that fight. And the moment they saw that Bowie was low, they just decided to, we're gonna take the fight now. We're gonna pop all of our ultimates. The Atlas isn't gonna do anything, and by the time he comes back, the rest of his members are already gonna be dead. So, perhaps this isn't a very good day for Valhalla Gaming. They haven't won a single match so far, if I'm not wrong, across the whole of yesterday as well as today. So this may become another 2-0 series, which is a pattern that we've seen like so far. So far, all the matches from yesterday as well as today have been all 2-0s. But I'm kind of hoping that Valhalla Gaming is gonna be able to turn this around, kind of show us why they are an invited team. And now we're gonna be back to, I believe, the map drawing. You're gonna be back to the map drawing once again. Shout out to One Year Esports for making this happen. Our National Training Center. Looking over to the map selection, and it is going to be Expanding Rivers once again. Okay, so looking over to the map drawing, we see is Valhalla first pick again, or is it the wrong side just now? Okay, never mind. Okay, I think previously it was wrong side. So Valhalla
Different
Gaming was second
perspectives
pick.
expose the
So,
same
okay.
truth.
So Valhalla
3,
Gaming is first pick.
2,
They decided to ban out
1.
themselves. I believe Liquidity may want to ban out that Freya because it seems that
I
it's
am
a
a
very
daughter
popular
of Northern
ban for
Vale.
Liquidity.
I swear to protect it till my
Liquidity
last
has banned
breath.
out that Freya. Looking over to Valhalla Gaming's bans, I think Valhalla may try to ban out
Mighty oaks from
that
little acorns
Balearic.
grow.
Maybe yes. Okay, Valhalla Gaming does ban out that Balearic. Looking over to Liquidity for the bans once more. May ban out the Paquito. May ban out the Kirara.
Even
may
the
ban out
fullest
the
bloom
Okay, yes.
pales
Liquidity
before
does
the
ban out that
scattering
Kirara. Looking
petals.
back over to Valhalla Gaming. Maybe ban out the Barats if they do not want to give that Barats over to Liquidity. But there's a lot of other things that's, up for grabs, up to ban because Valhalla Gaming is first pick.
You should
So,
be ashamed for not
if they have a
trusting
lot of
yourself.
heroes open, Liquidity is gonna be able to take the other two if Valhalla only picks one. That's kind of the issue of getting the first pick, because first pick you're gonna be able to get your priority pick. However, you're gonna give away two other good heroes if they are open. So we see Valhalla Gaming, they ban out that Eudora. It seems
Sir,
that
what's your
Jingle-
command?
Jingle doesn't want to play that Eudora. And then we see Liquidity, they banned the Fanny. I don't know whether Kree is like a secret Fanny player, because I've never really seen Kree play that Fanny before. But okay, we see Valhalla Gaming, they do pick up that Paquito. I believe that Paquito is going to go into the EXP lane because I don't believe Kree plays Paquito jungle. or maybe Such is potentially gonna play the Paquito good lane, but I don't really think so. I highly doubt it. So I believe this Paquito is gonna go over to Drunk
The
Dolphin.
ocean is not
Looking
just
back
a
over to Liquidity,
hole.
they pick up the
It is
Atlas as
who
well
I
as
didn't cure the
maybe the
pain.
Melissa, because
I
Melissa still
harness
opened
it.
up. No, okay, Liquidity have chosen to go for that Valentina instead. The Valentina is a very stable pick, you know. I would say it's very strong in the mid lane, and with coupled with her ultimate of the IMU, she's gonna be able to steal Valhalla Gaming's ultimates. Looking back to Valhalla Gaming, they are going to pick how to say, I guess potentially pick that Melissa once again, because meta picks. I'm assuming they're going to pick up that Melissa as well as potentially a jungler now, or maybe, or I don't know. You never. Oh, Kiwi. Okay, so we have Jingle's Kiwi debut finally. Throughout all these matches, they haven't even picked up the Kiwi as of yet. Even though I believe Jingle's best hero. Looking over at Drunk Dolphin picks up that Uranus. Looking back over to Liquidity, I still think Liquidity is gonna pick that Melissa because once again, it's meta and it's still
Need
open.
some stitches?
So I'm
I
pretty
can
sure
help.
Liquidity is just gonna pick that up, and they do. Okay, so Valhalla Gaming has already picked up the Uranus. So that Uranus is definitely going to be in the XP lane. The Kimi is definitely going to be in the mid lane. So I believe that Paquito is going to be the jungler. But I have not seen Kree play Paquito jungle as of yet. So I'm very curious to see how Kree is going to fare. But it might also be a Paquito gold lane. I'm not too sure. So looking over to Liquidity on the bans, they have to think about it a little bit. I guess potentially ban the roamer. They could ban the roamer because Valhalla Gaming hasn't picked up the roam as of yet, and Liquidity already has secured
Wipe
the
out all
Atlas.
the injustice
So they
in the
may
world.
okay. So they decide to ban out the Cho. Interesting. Bowie. Is Bowie a Cho player?
Now you lead the way to the next adventure.
I've not seen it before. Okay. So, Valhalla Gaming bans out the Sora, rightfully so. Had a lot of impact in the late game, mid game, early game. At the first turtle, definitely a very annoying character all the while. Looking back to Liquidity, we're gonna see what they are going to ban out. I'm assuming they're gonna ban out a roamer. Potentially. Yeah, but was Valhalla Gaming the team that picked the Gatot earlier? I'm not too sure. But looking over, we see Liquidity. They are going to be on the ban. We're going to see what they're going to ban against Valhalla Gaming. Probably. Well, I'm just going to assume that it's going to be another rumor, or maybe Liquidity. Maybe they're not going to ban anything.
I,
Or maybe it's going to be a very
Minotaur,
last second
will
ban.
finish off what was left undone.
That is Minotaur. Okay, yes. Liquidity have decided to ban out the Minotaur. We're looking back over to Valhalla Gaming. We see what they are going to ban. Liquidity haven't picked up their EXP laner as well as their jungler.
This land is our
So Valhalla
homeland,
Gaming
and
decided
it
to
will
ban out
soon be
the
our burial
Lapu,
ground.
getting rid of the previous fighter. I guess maybe you can see Liquidity's EXP laner shine more on heroes. They can make these sort of plays. That's why they decided to ban out the Sora as well as the Lapu as opposed to some sort of body because like I mentioned earlier, maybe the Liquidity EXP laner just shines more on these sort of heroes. Looking back to Liquidity, it seems Liquidity is gonna be picking the hero now. Maybe pick something that can lane against that Uranus. Potentially maybe an Esmeralda if they really want to go for something that can body and like soak up the damage for Liquidity, but perhaps not.
I do what I
Oh,
want
okay.
to
So
do.
Liquidity picks up that Dyrov. I think this is like kind of a matchup that we've sort of seen so far. We've seen people play that Dyrov into an Esmeralda, but today we're gonna see the Dyrov into the Uranus. Looking back to Valhalla Gaming still haven't picked up their gold lane, or potentially even their jungler, as well as their roamer. I'm not too sure about what Bowie might pick. I think Bowie may pick up that Kaptot against Liquidity. But I haven't really seen, Bowie play
Hanabi.
any
Sanjo.
other role besides those meta heroes such as that Alice as well as the Hanabi. Okay. Hanabi is being picked up by Valhalla Gaming as well as that Kufra. Okay, very, very interesting. So we have the catching potential as from that Kufra as well as he can soak up the damage with alongside that Uranus. You see, liquidity, they haven't picked up their jungler as of yet. I believe got to pick up some kind of assassin or pick off hero potentially, maybe that Harley, maybe that Ling, maybe that Nolan. All these assassins are still open, and they kind of need that pick off potential, especially since that Valhalla Gaming has heroes like Hanabi, such as and Kimi, and they're gonna need something that can, sort of like just catch them out. And oh yeah, okay, so yes, okay, it is going to be a Pakito jungle. It's gonna be a Pakito jungle, and okay, they're gonna have the Harley. They're gonna have the Harley in order to catch out those Kimi as well as that Hanabi. Going into the game, I kind of favor Liquidity's draft more, but looking over to Valhalla Gaming, if they're going to be able to play their draft well, then I believe that Valhalla Gaming still has a chance here, but I'm not too sure about it. I think, how to say, the Dyrov especially, I think we kind of need to see the EXP lane once again, because I feel like all the while, all the matches that I've seen so far, it was very, very dependent on how the EXP lane played against, how to say, against the enemy team and what impact that they had at the turtle as well as throughout the game. They kind of really set the tempo for the whole game and such. Now we'll be going on into our second match of this series. Is it going to be a 2-0 by Liquidity, or are they gonna get rid of Valhalla Gaming if are they gonna get rid of Valhalla Gaming with a 2-0, or is Valhalla Gaming gonna be able to steal this match back completely? Looking over to that mid side over there, Jingle poking down the members, JJH as well as Xiaoming misses it. Oh! We didn't even get to see that at the top start. Javier, just by one struck Dolphin and gets that first blood over there, where you see the mid side is faring a little bit better, They're trying to poke each other out. Jingle trying to get the poke on GGH, Xiaoming trying to get the poke on Jingle. Just a little bit of a back and forth over there. You know what, the Bowie, is Bowie gonna go for it? No, he decides to play a little bit more disciplined and decides to, just cancel that jump. It doesn't seem like Drunk Dolphin is having a very good time against Javier. And it seems that Drunk Dolphin even has to play a bit safe, has to miss his minion perhaps. He may just die once again to Javier. Let's look back over to that mid side. I believe a little bit of a skirmish going on as well. I guess it's just the standard, getting poked down, trying to clear the minion. Looking over at the bot side, we see, however, Oh, wait. Wait, I didn't even see the name earlier. Mini T is the one that's playing the Harley, not Crayon. Okay, so there's a lot of player swaps that has happened on that side. Looking over, whoa! Okay, 4 members on the side of Valhalla Gaming. Just onto the rest of the members. You see GGH just a little bit too far. Bowie gets taken down by Xiaoming. Jingle manages to take down Xiaoming. Javier coming in from the side, gets a double kill. Manages to take down Uranus as well as that Kimi. Okay, a lot of skirmishes once again that's happening over to that mid side. I believe that Liquidity is just gonna be able to take that kill for free. I don't think Kree is gonna be able to contest it. He does get taken down by Mini C once again. A little bit too greedy over there, Kree. You could have, just taken your farm, taken your buff, but you just had to try to steal the turtle, and unfortunately, you're not gonna get the turtle and you're just gonna lose your life in the process, I suppose. Looking over to the top side once again, a very dominant play from Javier, but he seems that the rest of his team is gonna be over there to help him out. And he does? No, he does not get taken out. He gets a lot of sustain that almost takes down Drunk Dolphin with him, but Drunk Dolphin gets the shutdown onto Javier. And as I said earlier, I didn't realize this, but because my screen is a little bit blurry, technical issues and stuff. but I didn't realize, but Mini T is actually the jungler for Liquidity, whereas Crayon is missing, which is their typical jungler, and Xiaoming, who is their gold laner, is the mid laner, and we see Mini T manages to take down Korea, waiting. A stellar performance from Mini T, managing to, you know, sort of play the role swap. You know, playing one role the next, playing one role yesterday, playing one role the other day. Let's look over to the mid side over there. Bowie does get taken down. I'm assuming that Bowie tried to go for, you know, the engage, tried to go with the traction pulse with Jingle, but unfortunately he does get taken down. Who won, Valhalla or our Wyverns? Wyverns won the first game, I believe. Yes, with a 2-0. Looking over Kree! Kree left with one line, but no, Mini T does not let that slide. Mini T goes back for more and manages to take down Kree. We're waiting 1-3-1 KDA for Kree. Looking over to the mid side, the entire plating is already gone even before those 5 minutes. Looking over to that mid side once again, we see Mudkip with Muddles, very annoying. Just poking down the members of Valhalla Gaming once again. It's gonna be very hard for Valhalla Gaming to come back from this, especially if Liquidity scales up. We really see the Dire is already quite online, managing to win the lane against that Uranus, getting that early game kill. Then we see Mini T just like very much of a menace. You can see is harassing the members of Valhalla Gaming. Looking over, we see JJH going over for that stun onto Bowie. Bowie gets taken down once again. Looking over to Javier trying to get that burst. We see Mini T. Mini T tries to take down Kree, and it seems that Kree may get taken down. Yes, he does, and that is gonna be a mega kill for Mini T. Looking over, we see Jingle. Jingle just gets terrified. Double kill for Mini T once again. Looking over back to that mid side. Let's look over, but we see that while all of these fights are happening, oh, Drunk Dolphin? Drunk Dolphin does get pulled over. Triple kill for Mini T. Looking over to that bot side, we see Such is just gonna get that split push over there. We see Bowie a little bit of a tough task. It seems like he's gonna die. Okay, Bowie. Maybe Bowie wanted to give that Maniac away, but it just didn't get taken. I think Such really needs to back at the moment. If not, he's gonna get caught by the members of Liquidity, but he does manage to back away just in time. A few more seconds, and I believe Mudkip would have reached in and taken him down. Looking back over to Liquidity, we gotta see that there's a 5k gold difference at the moment. 5k gold difference in 5 minutes. So you can see things are not really looking good for Valhalla Gaming. Looking over, Xiaoming manages to take down Drunk Dolphin, and then we see Bowie trying to go over, you know, trying to help his team, but it doesn't seem like Bowie is gonna be able to do much. It seems that Bowie might just lose his life in the process yet again. The ultimate being utilized by Such. We see Xiaoming manages to take down Bowie once again. We see Jay trying to go for Jingle, but Jingle just flies over the wall. Looking over back to, let's look at the top side actually. We see Javier as well as Kree. I guess 3-15 in 6 minutes. Valhalla Gaming has definitely seen some better days. Look over immediately. Oh! Mini T dashed into the wall. I guess Mini T tried to get the pick off, but he dashed into the wall. We see the Fatal is caught onto 2. We see the go away being utilized. We see Mudkip manages to take down Bowie. Made a kill for Xiaoming, managing to take down Kree. Oh my goodness. Mini T tries to get down Jingle, but unfortunately doesn't have the magic worship. And manages to, you know, make Jingle very low. Looking over to let's say Kree ever waiting as well as Drunk Dolphin. Their KDAs aren't exactly the best. We see Such still has that, you know, 0-0-0-0-0-0 KDA over there. But it's okay. Liquidity, I believe today, oh god, like by Mini T. Oh my goodness, Such just suddenly just disappeared off the map. Holy, very pain Mini T. I guess that's like, you could credit it to the 3-18, the Fatal Link swing pop by JJH, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like he's gonna catch anyone. He's just gonna dash back over the wall. We see Bowie very low. Once again, always getting poked down by Xiaoming or Mudkip or even Mini T, because we can see Mini T is very painful at this as well. She just starts shredding all of those tanky heroes, because it doesn't really matter when you're fed. It doesn't matter what sort of tank you are when, you know, Mini T is caught online. And you can see Drunk Dolphin forced to pop the flicker anyways. JJH in their base. It seems that JJH may get taken down, I suppose. Yes, GGH does get taken down. We see Xiaoming going into that phase, has to dash out. Mudkip tries to take down Sush, but Sush does have that Aegis pop, but the Muddles manages to take down double kill for Mudkip. Oh goodness, it seems that Team Liquidity is kind of just bullying Valhalla Gaming 4-21. You know, I guess Liquidity kind of just thought that, you know, if they're gonna win, they might as well win properly. You know, win it fast, win it with a lot of kills onto the board. You see Javer as well as me, see ganking up onto Drunk Dolphin, and it seems that Drunk Dolphin unfortunately is going to die. Drunk Dolphin. And we know that you picked the Uranus in order to soak up all the damage, but it just seems that you're just soaking up the damage and dying. The traction pulse landing onto that Dyrock over there, and then we see JGH takes down Chloe Legendary for Mini T. Doesn't seem like Valhalla Gaming is gonna be able to do much against it. Double kill for Mini T, but he does get shut down by Kree Ever Waiting. But while all of this is happening, Mudkip manages to get the turret, and it seems that Team Liquidity is gonna be able to get that mid side as well. Do note that GGH still does have that flicker. We see Xiaoming utilizes the Hana Beast ulti. Unstoppable for Xiaoming. The go away being utilized, unstoppable for him as well. Javer manages to get a killing spree, and it seems that our dear Team Liquidity is gonna be able to take this match. Yes, it does take this match, and it is going to be a 2-0 once again. Very, very unfortunate onto the side of Valhalla Gaming. Valhalla Gaming hasn't really, you know, showed us what they got in all of these matches so far, but it's okay. They still have their chance. They can still show us what they have at Wanyo at the physical venue. And if anyone wants to come down and kind of just watch all of the matches in person, we can always come down to Wanyo Esports at Grid, because that's where the playoffs are going to be. Of course, you'll find more information on the Absolute Zero Instagram, and really look over to that 28-6 victory. And as of right now, we are going to have a short break right before our next few matches. Our next match is going to be, I believe, Mayhem versus Aura Wyverns once again. A very dominant team that we've seen for Aura Wyverns, and do come back for our next match. welcome back to our last game, our last series of the day. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. All the matches were so exciting. It made me so hungry. I hope everyone has eaten as well. So the match is going to be starting soon. So we're gonna look over to the map selection. It is going to be what's this? It is going to be Expanding Rivers, I believe. Once again, brought to you by Wanyo Esports. If you all can hear me eating, just enjoy the ASMR, I guess. I guess I'm just gonna turn this into a mukbang stream as well. So, looking over to the draft. This is looking so much more enjoyable to cast over because I get to eat. Look at the draft at the same time. It feels like I'm watching like MSC all over again. So
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till my last breath.
Freya and Aura Wyverns is having that second pick. So you're gonna grab how's it? So Aura Wyverns may want to ban out something meta, I suppose, because Team Mayhem is resourced, so they may get rid of maybe the Hirara, maybe the Eudora. Let's take a look at what they're gonna ban.
The ocean is not just our home.
And Aura Wyverns
It
has
is
banned out
who
the
we
Atlas.
are.
Okay, so you know Aura Wyverns is really good at playing that Carmilla.
True
so I
love
think Team Mayhem may ban
is
out
like
Marcel
blood.
and maybe ban out Carmilla. Okay, yes, they have banned out the Carmilla. Can people hear me eating? I'm actually quite curious. Looking over to Aura Wyverns now. On to the ban. I think they might ban out the Hirara because they don't want to give that pick open over to Team Mayhem. So let's take a look over to Team Mayhem and Team Aura Wyverns, like their lineup. Because as we saw today, there are actually quite a few changes to certain lineups, such as liquidities. So let's look over to Team Mayhem's lineup.
Even
Team
the
Mayhem has
fullest bloom
Rayan Favela Kid,
pales
Bangalore
before
Lem,
the scattering
Lagadu, Rights, as
petals.
well as Hini. So these Hini as well as Rayan Favela Kid were not playing yesterday, so they are going to be substituted in today. Looking over at Aura Wyverns, I believe they're all the same players, yes. Aura Wyverns has all the same players and they decided to ban out that Hirara. Looking over back to Team Mayhem, let's see what
Sir,
Team Mayhem
what's your
shall be banning
command?
for their the ban. Okay, they have banned out the Fanny. I know Zod likes to play that Fanny. I'm not too sure how good he is at that Fanny, but I can see why they banned that out. Looking back over to Aura Wyverns, they are back on the ban. Let's see what they are going to ban out. Has everyone eaten a lunch? It's 2:34. Does everyone eat lunch at this timing, or like earlier, or like maybe later? No, maybe later is more like dinner. So, okay, Aura Wyverns, let's see what they're gonna ban. They're taking quite a while to think about it. Well, I suppose since
Different
Team Mayhem's
perspectives
is
expose
first
the
pick,
same
I think they may
truth.
ban out the. Okay, yeah, they do ban out the Marcel. Looking back over to Team Mayhem, I'm not too sure what they might first pick. They might first pick that Beleric, or maybe possibly
Need some stitches? I can help.
okay, the Melissa. They first pick the Melissa, the Eudora, as well as that Beleric is still open, as well as that Paquito actually. If Aura Wyverns decides to pick that up. So looking over to Aura Wyverns, I'm just gonna assume that they'll pick
You
up
should be
the
ashamed for
Eudora.
not trusting
Okay,
yourself.
they are. Okay, so they pick up the Eudora, Beleric or Paquito, maybe. And only a few seconds left on the clock. They need quite a while to decide. But I still think
Mighty
they're gonna
oaks
pick
from little
like those meta picks that I mentioned
acorns
earlier, and they do. They pick up that Beleric. Looking over to Team Mayhem, I think quite excited to see how they're gonna fare today, because yesterday we saw quite a dominant gameplay coming over from Team Mayhem. They managed to 2-0 Valhalla Gaming, even though they lost 0-2 to Team Liquidity. But today, with 2 extra substitutions, I'm hoping or assuming that they are going to play better and show us a different standard of gameplay today.
A punch for a punch.
But then with Team Mayhem, they decided to pick up that Paquito and...
I might not be a lighted
maybe-
man,
okay,
but I
yeah,
do
they
know
pick
my
up the Barats.
traits.
All quite standard picks from Team Mayhem thus far. I think Aura Wyverns, they may try to pick up either the marksman or the jungle in case that it gets banned. I'm not too sure what else Aura Wyverns could have picked up. Maybe potentially a Sora. I see a lot of teams like to play the Sora, or a lot of teams they like to prioritize banning the Sora. So they may just pick that up right now. Looking over to Aura Wyverns. Once again, a few seconds left on the clock. They take quite a while to actually kind of decide what to pick. Maybe potentially
Chivalry
the
is
Brody.
dead.
I see now
I will revive it.
No, it's a clean. Okay. So they pick up the clean instead. Looking back over to Aura Wyverns, see what they're going to ban out. Potentially ban out the mid laner as well as the roamer, I believe, because I see that Paquito is probably most likely a jungle, the Barats is going to be EXP. So I think Aura Wyverns is probably going to ban out a mid laner as well as a roamer. If not, they could just like totally ban out the roamer or totally ban out the mid laner. Maybe ban out. Oh yeah, the mid laner is like
When you
MVP,
gaze
so
into the abyss,
they're probably gonna ban out this laner. Yes. Yeah, I forgot who is the player. Yeah, like I do show us a very strong Selena gameplay, and they are known for that.
Night
Selena
Sky
anyway, so I can
tells
see why
all.
they decide to ban that out. Team Mayhem decides to ban out the Esmeralda because Aura Wyvern still doesn't have their EXP laner as well as their jungler. Aura Wyverns potentially ban out Kagura if they really want to target like I do Siroku. Maybe Valentina as well. Because Valentina can take the Balearic ulti using the IMU. Looking over to Aura Wyvern's ban once again. Might ban out the mid laner, might ban out the roamer. Let's look over to the ban. 4 seconds left on the clock. Are they gonna ban very last second? Well, I guess they are.
Pain.
Let's see. Okay, they banned out the Valentina. Hey, it's not from Aura Wyverns watching the stream. Is that why they banned the Valen? Okay, let's look over back to Team Mayhem. Let's look over to their draw. EXP laner. Maybe the Uranus, if they really want to have some sort of body. Although the Uranus has to lane against the Barats. Although they could ban a jungler as well. Maybe the Lucas.
Let's fight
because
to
we
our
did that
heart's
Zolt take
content.
Lucas earlier. Yes, and they do ban out that Lucas. Although there's still a lot of junglers left on the board, so the Lucas ban isn't too detrimental. Unless Zolt like really wanted to play that Lucas, then I guess that would be a little bit of a problem for Aura Wyverns. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, let's see what they are going to pick. Potentially picking out an assassin. I think Zolt's playstyle, he prefers to play those sort of like assassin heroes, I suppose. I'm not too sure what Aura Wyverns might pick as of now. Maybe they'll show us some very surprising or like cheese pick in a sense.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Alright, let's pick up Kaja. And Kaja going. Wait. Oh, wait, no. Kaja, Rome, and Balor is playing, right? Right. I think so. I think so.
We'll finish
so
off
Team
what
have
was
picked up
left
the Minotaur,
undone.
as well as one more, maybe the Novara.
The falling stars brought us here.
Like I do play that Novara before, yes. So they do pick up that Novara. Now looking back over to Aura Wyverns, they're missing just a jungler. I'm pretty sure they need something that can catch that Novara, catch that Melissa. Really need an assassin hero to just pick off these two species, such as maybe Harley, maybe Nolan, maybe Ling. I think I believe Aura Wyverns is gonna pick up one of those heroes, and they do pick up the Harley. Okay, now looking over at both of their drops, I really like Team Mayhem's one so much better. Even though Aura Wyverns, I'm sure they're very mechanically skilled people. So even if I feel like they have the more disadvantageous drop, I'm sure they'll still be able to show us their own strengths and show us why they've been winning so strong. How they've been winning so far, because we've seen Aura Wyverns, they've had sort of like a win streak. They haven't lost any single match so far. Even in the series itself, all their matches have been 2-0 thus far. So very excited to see how Aura Wyverns is going to fare against Team Mayhem, especially since Team Mayhem has had 2 player substitutions. So I believe we will be going on into the game, our first match of our last series of today. Looking over, we see Zolt starting at the red, then we see Rayan starting at the same side, technically starting off at that blue. Let's look over towards the mid side. We see Slow Dance as well as Maringan, the Kaja, and the Eudora against that Minotaur with the Novara, with Like I Do, as well as Right. I saw someone say Aura Wyverns for the win. Yes, I hope that Aura Wyverns win. I'm a little bit biased, but it doesn't matter, okay? It's not like I can control what happens in game anyway, so I'll just be rooting for a specific team. So let's look over to Aura Wyverns. Just trying to hold that river pressure as well as stunning the enemies of Team Mayhem. Looking over, let's see the mid clear speed. Actually, that Novara is certainly very annoying for that mid clear speed, but we see that Kaja as well, very annoying with that poke along with Slow Dance, and we see that both teams really have their strengths. We see that Eudora as well as the Kaja are very good at poking. You see they're just slowly opening the map for themselves. And we look over at the top side over there. First blood by Like I Do with that Astro with the Star Shatter? Is that what it's called? Star Shatter. With that Star Shatter, and manages to get an early kill onto Kenshi in the early game. Maybe a little bit too maybe the Clint was just unaware that the Novara was at that top side over there. So Novara was able to get like a cheeky little snipe towards that top side. Maybe needed to be a little bit more aware of his surroundings, can't really blame his team on that. Looking over, we see it is 1-0 against the scoreboard, and Zolt may want to look to even it out in order to get down that Melissa, but it seems like Kenshi may die once more against the Hidi, forced to pop out that flicker. Looking at Zolt, Zolt decides to take down Hidi, settling the score 1-1 right before that turtle. Looking back over towards that bot side, we see the rest of the members of Team Mayhem have decided to just secure the turtle. They already saw that Zolt is at the top side. They know that he cannot come down in time, so they decided to just pass turtle, secure that turtle objective in order to trade it for Hidi's death at that top side. Reds have managed to secure that turtle, but look over at the turtle side, we see that the ones just gets taken down over there. Zolt trying to get that buff actually, may take down Rights. I believe he manages to take down Rice. Yes, he doesn't manage to secure that buff, but he does manage to take down Maringan, getting taken down by Rayan Favela Kid as well. We see Rayan has been looking for a lot of trades across the map at this timing. We see, whenever Zolt tries to get a kill, whenever Zolt tries to get a buff, whenever he gets, or like let's say he tries to go for some other objective, Rayan is always there to try to find the opposite objective, such as the buff, such as turtle, such as the any sort of farm or sort of kill that he can find wherever across the map and whichever opportunity that comes up to him. As we can look towards the top side once again, both teams like to play around their marksman. We can see a lot of help going to Hini as well as Kenshi in that early game in order to ensure that both of these marksmen scale up, especially since the Clint as well as Melissa is very dominant into that late game, especially once they've gotten their items and why they need to help out and scale their gold laners. Looking to right over here, right, just opening the map. Look, Kenshi low once again. Actually, kill on the one and the bot side over there with the help of Ray and Favela Kid. We look over to that Kaja over there. Kaja, very very annoying. Able to fly over obstacles and such. Just waiting for and Hini, I think this is taken down by Zolt. Killing spree for Zolt. Looking over there, we see he managed to take down Rice as well. The Minoan crew not doing anything. Double kill as well as a killing spree for Ray and Favela Kid across that map at that mid turret, mid side over there. You see, how do you say? In this previous series, we saw. Zolt gets shut down by Ray and Favela Kid. Mega kill for him. 402 for his KDA. And as I mentioned earlier in the previous series of Valhalla Gaming versus Liquidity, I believe, all of those matches were kind of dependent on the ESP later. Daytona's welcome being eaten when getting taken down by the Paquito. Unstoppable for Ray and Favela Kid. As I mentioned earlier, the ESP Daytoners really had a lot of impact in the previous series, but for this certain match, there's a lot of impact being given to the jungler. He's shut down by Slow Dance onto Ray and Favela Kid. That's definitely gonna slow down his scaling pretty much, and we see the Novara managed to steal the red buff away from Zolt. I don't think Zolt will be too happy about that. They managed to get, a kill onto Ray and Favela Kid, but he gets his red buff taken in the process, which is definitely gonna slow down his farm quite a bit, especially since you kind of need that Harley to scale. If not, he's gonna be dealing enough damage and won't be able to get those pickoffs on to the enemy heroes of Team Mayhem, especially on Like I Do as well as Hini, because there aren't too many heroes that they can utilize in order to actually kind of catch them off guard, especially since that Novara is a long range hero, as well as that Melissa having the long range as well as the ultimate in order to kind of save herself from any sort of sticky situation that she may get into. Looking over to the Marine Gun trying to hold the area. However, there's 3 people at that mid left over there. Look at Like I Do tries to get killed off by Zolt. We see Like I Do unfortunately does not die to the hands of Zolt. A little bit too far away. Slowdown gets taken down by Right. Looking over to that mid side already. Ray and Favela Kid actually going to find Zolt over there, and the rest of the members of Wyverns are just gonna be forced to back off, because both their mid laner as well as their jungler are both dead. Both have fallen to the hands of Team Mayhem and Slow Dance. Things are not really looking good for Slow Dance. It seems that Slow Dance has been getting picked off by people like Ray and Favela Kid, as well as I think it's just Ray and Favela Kid, if I'm not wrong. Looking back towards the turtle over there, we see Marine Gun as well as Kenshi trying to defend the bot turret. We see Marine Gun trying to show that vision, towards the turtle, trying to give space, trying to let Aura Wyverns kind of plan out their next move. But unfortunately, I don't think Aura Wyverns is really going to be able to do much, especially since Hini has cleared that top side over there. And it seems that there is currently a 2k gold lead, 2.5k gold lead about there. Is it? Yes, about that much of a lead. Actually jumping up to even 3k soon. Looking over towards the top side, the Daytona's welcome onto Zolt, and Zolt just gets taken down by Rayan once again. Very, very annoying heroes. We see the Daytona's welcome from that Barat, as well as the strike from that Paquito, managing to just take down Zolt once and for all, especially since we saw he was very dominant in that early game. The Minoan Fury hits onto 2 with the help of the Astro Echo going over. It doesn't seem like he's gonna have enough damage, however, with the help of the Wrath of the Dryad. We see, actually the Kaja manages to pull 3, but once again, there's no fallout. Like I Do manages to hit that snipe onto that Eudora and almost gets taken down. Barely survives with a sliver of health. In fact, looking over back to that mid side, we see Team Mayhem is gonna be able to take down that mid turret. practically for free, especially since that the members of Aura Wyverns are not going to be able to do anything. We look over at Zolt at that boss side. He's going to try to escape. He's going to try to be like Houdini, but unfortunately he just gets taken down by like I do with the help of that flicker as well as that burst skill. Things are not really looking good on the side of Aura Wyverns. We saw that Aura Wyverns, they were very dominant in the early game with the help of Zolt, and they have been playing very well in day 1 as well as day 2, but unfortunately it seems that they have met their match this game against Team Mayhem. Even the Team Mayhem, by right, they have lost the Wrath of the Dryad as well as the Detona's Welcome being utilized. We see one gets taken down, the ultimate by the Kaja, pulling multiple people into the turret, but unfortunately they won't be enough follow-up in order to actually take them down, and Team Mayhem should have decided to, you know, just play it safe a bit, play it a little bit slow, and just wait for the next objective to show up, which would just be that next Lord. Looking over back to the side of Aura Wyverns, yeah, once again, it seems that Aura Wyverns will not be able to do much by, you know, by logically, Aura Wyverns should be winning this because Aura Wyverns won over Liquidity, who won over, you know, Team Mayhem. But I guess with the player substitutions of Hidi as well as Rayan Favela Kid is really boosting the team's composition, not hero-wise, but just like player-wise, and allowing Team Mayhem to secure, you know, this sort of dominant gameplay over Aura Wyverns. Looking over, we see the Wrath of the Dryad as well, so we know it being utilized over there. We see the Thunder's Wrath as well as the Kaja's ultimate being utilized. Zolt manages to take down Rights, but it seems that they want more. They want more on the side of Team Mayhem, and they managed to trade that off for Marine Gun. The Roamer for a Roamer infiltrates across the board. However, for Aura Wyverns, losing a team member could be very detrimental, especially since they are in that losing situation as of that moment. So if they lose their Roamer, they're not gonna have much of a frontliner besides from One. But we can see One really cannot really soak up all of the damage, especially since One is currently 0-5. Clearly, he can't really soak up all of the damage because, you know, they're too fed. They're too fed. Now looking over the Astro Echo being popped over to the mid side, nothing much happening, but you know, they kind of have PTSD. Aura Wyverns kind of has that PTSD from the previous Astro Echoes. You can see very, very painful. Just hitting the Star Shatter as well as the Astro Echo, and the Astro Echo being combined with the other teammate skills. Really, really very annoying. Pokes from far and very painful. Then we can see Marine Gun tries to pull with the ultimate, but unfortunately misses. Going over, we see Team Mayhem. They're just gonna be forcing the turrets in on the side of Aura Wyverns. Then we see Zolt trying to go look for a cheeky little flank over at the side, but he may get answered by Rayan Favela Kid. At the moment, we see Zolt tries to escape, but he may not be able to. Look at him just getting hit on by Rayan Favela Kid. Is this really gonna be an outplay? But he just gets sniped by the Star Shatter and is unstoppable on Rayan Favela Kid. He just cleans that up. What a snipe by like I do, managing to just delete most of Zolt's health, and he just gets finished off by Rayan Favela Kid. Now, you know, Aura Wyverns is just one man down. Then we see he gets eaten out by the Detona's Welcome, forced to flicker back as Marine Gun manages to retreat back safely back to the confines of his turret. There's really nothing that Aura Wyverns can do at the moment. Looking back to Team Mayhem, it seems that Team Mayhem is just gonna continue their onslaught all the way. They have their minions at the mid as well as the bot totally cleared up just to ensure that they can get something. We see the Poon manages to get 2. Looking over, we see the Minoan finger being popped as well as the rest of the members of Aura Wyverns trying to get more, but like I do manages to snipe out 1. Like I mentioned earlier, 1 really can't take any of these shots from the enemy team of Team Mayhem because Team Mayhem definitely has too much damage, too much items, and it's way more fair. Look at that 7k gold difference. Looking onto the top side, they're just marching down the top. Manages to get one of the Detona's Welcome being utilized, but unfortunately does not land. But they take that turret anyways. Looking over to that top side once again, Hini actually quite low, but he managed to back away in time. Look over back to Rayan Favela Kid. We see the positioning from Zolt. It manages to take down Hini, but Marine Gun gets taken down by Rayan Favela Kid. What a play by Zolt. A very beautiful flanking angle from Zolt in order to pick off that marksman and kind of, you know, get something out of this game that is very hard. It's very hard for him to play into, especially since that if he tries to look for those angles, you see that the Paquito will kind of just answer Zolt, and if he tries to go for any of the squishies, you see Rights as well as the Barats right there to answer him. So we really need to play smart. We really need to play very mysteriously, so they don't know where Zolt is at all times. Looking over to one, we see his positioning near that Lord pit over there. It seems that our Wyverns is not going to give this Lord without a fight. But what a snipe from that Novaria! More than half health, in fact, onto that the Astro Echo, as well as the Wrath on the Giant. And we see the Minoan freezing for them slowdowns get takes down right, and we see they are quite low. Most of the skills have been utilized already, in fact, but they are one man down on the side of Team Mayhem. Looking back at the Lord over there, they are trying to break down the Lord. The Starshifter from the Nova are trying to poke out the members of Aura Wyverns, and it does seem like they are going to reset that Lord, kind of play it safe a little bit. Look at Zolt over on the side of them. May fall out to Ray Favela, but he's able to back in time with the help of Maringan, just kind of showing his face and telling the members of Team Mayhem, no, look at that flicker from Slowdown. He manages to take down Hidi. Now 2 members onto the side of Team Mayhem are down once, quite low once again. And the real Ignite the Wire is really just going to be hitting things for free with the help of that Sasha, as well as the Astro Echo. The Tunas welcome being utilized. Stuns multiple people. The Wrap on the Drive being utilized as well. Right is up yet once again. Marigan managing to pull multiple. The if you're landing on multiple, you see Raven 5 Velocade going onto the backline over there. Double kill on one. Triple kill. Manages to get a Maniac as well and shut down onto Raven 5 Velocade. However, there's only 1 member left onto the side of Aura Wyverns. It seems that, like I do as well as Rights, may just try to end this right now, considering that only Soul Dance is left on the board onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Okay, but it seems like they may play it a little bit safe. Or we see, look at that damage from like I do it, and Soul Dance just gets taken down, and it seems that Team Mayhem is just going to end the game here, a 15-minute game, and it seems that Aura Wyverns winning streak is going to end here, and the first game will be taken by Team Mayhem. Very exciting game. A lot of poking coming on from that Novaria. Rayan played very well. You look at his KDA, 15-2-3 coming out for Rayan. I think both teams, they were really decided by both teams' tempo was really decided by each other's jungler especially. Looking over, you can see Zolt really had those very important pickoffs. You see that Rayan managing to get that Maniac at that bot side over there, and he managed to get that pick off at that Lord side over there. Definitely what a play from Rayan, as well as the rest of the members of Team Mayhem. We saw the Novara really did have part on poking the enemy. We saw the Baras utilize the Tunos welcome in order to sort of just eat the very core important members of Team or Wyverns. They saw or Wyverns, there's nothing much that they could do about it anyways. Then we see or Wyverns, with their draft, they played the draft properly, but it seems that they weren't able to give enough space to that Harley as well as the Eudora in order to really find something and potentially also scale their marksman. I kind of forgot what marksman they played. That was how little impact the marksman had. I don't even remember who was Aura Wyvern's marksman. I guess now we will be jumping into that second game soon. Just waiting for the members of Aura Wyverns as well as Team Mayhem to ready up soon. Oh, it was a Clint. Yeah, I don't even remember the Clint. That's how little impact the Clint had. That's the thing. So like clearly they kind of need more focus on that Clint, as well as maybe finding a draft that will help them in that early game phase, and kind of like let's look over back to the map selection. Shout out to One Year Esports. Let's look over, and it is going to be Broken Walls as we've seen over here. Let's look over to that drafting phase once again. I don't know if anyone noticed, but it just has like a bowl of food just sitting at the side. Looking over to Aura Wyverns. Aura Wyverns now is currently going to be that first pick. Looking over, they may try to open that Kirara. I'm not too sure whether Team Mayhem will allow them to open that Kirara though. Looking over to Team Aura Wyverns, they may want to bet out the Marcel potentially, or maybe even the Paquito, unless they decide to take that instead. Looking over to Team Orange, they're kind of thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Or maybe they just go with their standard ban. I remember earlier they just banned out like an Atlas. So they may want to keep up with those bans once again. And they do. They stick with the Atlas ban.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
Looking over to Team Mayhem.
Team
Mayhem has decided to ban out that Freya. Now, so our Wyverns have a Freya player that I'm not aware of.
A punch for a punch.
Looking back to Aura Wyverns, you see they banned out the Paquito. Yeah, the Paquito has certainly been very dominant in that previous match that we saw earlier when Ray and Favela played.
Is like blood.
Yeah, Paquito certainly very, very dominant, very aggressive, very painful. Looking over the Team Mayhem, they have banned out that Carmilla, a respect ban onto the roamer of Aura Wyverns, who is known to be very proficient at that Carmilla. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, we see they are going to ban something like, or potentially open, I suppose. They'll try to open that Kirara. Maybe try to open
I
that
might not be a
Marcel as
lighted
well.
man, but I do know
But
my
no, okay.
trade.
Aura Wyverns have decided to ban out the Barats. Looking over to Team Mayhem, are they going to open that Hirara? Is the question. For Team Aura Wyverns.
Different
I don't think
perspectives
they're gonna open
expose
it.
the same
but,
truth.
they do open it. Okay, so Team Mayhem has
one.
opened the Hirara for Aura Wyverns. I believe Aura Wyverns are going to first
Even the
pick that Hirara.
fullest bloom.
And they
Hails
do first pick
before
that
the
Hirara.
scattering
Team Mayhem now
petals.
has it. Has the Eudora, as well as the Belleric up for grabs. But it seems that Team Mayhem, they don't really like to play that they don't really like to play that Eudora. So I'm assuming they may pick up maybe something like a Melissa or that Belleric first.
Need some stitches? I can
because
help.
They don't really prioritize the Eudora.
Mighty oaks
Yes.
from Little
Yeah,
Acorn.
so they do pick up the Melissa as well as the Belleric. Looking over to Team Aura Wyverns once again. Let's look over to what they're gonna pick up. The Eudora once again, as I mentioned, is still open, but I assume they may play something like that Rafa mid lane that they showed earlier this morning.
You should be ashamed for not trusting
Sorry.
yourself.
Anyways, so okay, no, they decided to not pick up that Rafa mid lane. They have decided to pick up the Eudora instead. Not too sure what's still open. What's still open? They have the Yara, they have the Eudora.
Night
Belleric,
sky tells
Melissa,
all.
Esmeralda. Okay, they picked up the Esmeralda already on the side of our Wyverns for one. Now looking back over to Team Mayhem, they've already secured the roamer, they already secured the marksman. All they need is a jungler as well as
Sir,
jungler.
what's your
mid laner.
command?
Oh, and Team Mayhem has decided to pick up the Fanny on the side of Ray and Favela Kid. Okay. Very confident pick that I
No one
saw.
can
I
escape
think he
my
almost instant locked it. Then they they banned out the Badang in order to, counter the Fanny. Then we look over back to Aura Wyverns and see what they're gonna ban. VCT Mayhem doesn't have their mid laner as of yet. May respect ban the Selena. They may respect
When
it.
you gaze into the abyss,
And they do. Okay, they respect that to Selena pick. And let's see. Team Mayhem, no mid laner, no EXP at the moment. I believe Team Mayhem will ban out a gold later. Maybe the Brody or the Clean. Although, based on the Clean's performance last match, I don't think they'll ban out the Clean. Unless they think that Clean is the only good hero for Wyverns at the moment, which I don't believe so. So I think they may ban out that Brody or that Moskov.
Always
to
on the
settle that
way.
long lane against that Fanny. Oh no, they decided to ban out Matilda. Oh, well, I guess Matilda can certainly help them settle that long lane, as well as be very, very annoying to that Fanny. So looking back over to Aura Wyverns, we see they still one more ban across the board. no mid laner for Team Mayhem, as well as their EXP laner.
Falling stars
Let's
brought
see
us
what they're
here.
gonna ban, and they decide to ban out the Novaria, totally banning out the hero pool of the mid laner of Team Mayhem. But Team Mayhem's mid laner actually likes to play heroes that are not really in the meta anyways. So I'm excited to see what sort of exciting picks that may come out from Team Mayhem. Maybe an Odette, maybe Kagura, because like I do like to play these sort of heroes. Yeah, just basically likes to play these sort of heroes. So I'm excited to see what their mid laner picks up.
Payback time.
And she picks up the Fasha.
I, Minotaur,
really saw
will
yesterday
finish off
that
what
Team
was
Mayhem,
left
This
undone.
mid laner played Fasha. Played a very good Fasha game, in fact, and likes to go for the early game rotation using the Wings by Wings. Now looking over the Aura Wyverns, Roma have picked up the Minotaur, just missing their gold laner once again. I really do think it's gonna be something like a Brody or something like a Moskov.
Pain
I guess you
is
can't
the proof
really
that
be
I'm
sure.
still
Okay, then they do
alive.
pick up that Brody. Looking over back to Team Mayhem, their EXP laner is going to be that last pick. Perhaps something that can have fast rotation, because you already see, look over at Team Mayhem. Oh, okay, no. Something tanky. Okay, yeah, that's right. Something tanky because their Fanny is quite squishy. So they kind of need another bodyguard besides that Bellery. If not, the Bellery will be soaking up everything like we saw earlier. So, you know, the Bellery couldn't really tank any... Oh, so yeah. Yeah, the Bellery couldn't really tank much. Looking at the draft, I think it's really dependent, as I mentioned earlier, on the junglers once again, because it's really going to test how Team Mayhem's Fanny as well as Aura Wyvern's Hirara is going to fare against each other and what sort of impact that they're going to have on the game. Especially since we know Fanny is very dominant in that early game, as well as that Hirara being very, very important in that early game phase with the multiple untargetables as well as those immobilizers combined together. Now we will be going into the game, I believe. Let's look over to the screen and see that mid-game phase. We see Aura Wyverns. They are already one match down by Team Mayhem, and it seems that Team Mayhem may be able to secure another 2-0. That would be the consecutive 2-0 would be a consecutive 2-0, especially since yesterday as well. So they look at that bot side, we see one gets taken down with the help of Rights as well as like I do. As I mentioned earlier, that Fasha really likes to use the Wings by Wings in order to find a very early game rotation, and it seems that he got punished for it. Looking back towards the mid side, we see Zolt trying to find that rotation as well. The immobilize as well manages to take down like I do. The Fanny coming back for revenge, starts to get that Eudora, but unfortunately has decided to just continue farming. As you can see, with the help of or with the picks of this Hirara as well as this Fanny, there's a lot of early game aggression that's gonna be going on over there. Looking over to that top side over it seems that the Brody is gonna get taken down, giving the kill over to Hini. Yes, so with that Fanny pick, with that Hirara pick, you can see a lot of skirmishes that's gonna happen, a lot of pickoffs in the early game, and it's very important that you try not to overstay or stay out of your turret, especially if you know that these heroes are missing, because they are going to look for some kind of trade or some kind of kill in the early game and slow down their farm. Looking over, like example, we saw Kenshi just getting taken down by Ryan, and we can see that Kenshi is gonna have a harder time to lane against Hini now because of that kill in the early game. And now with that turtle up, it seems that they may see a little bit more of a skirmish as well. Both mid laners are level 4, I believe. No, like I do does not have that level 4 as of yet. Okay, and when Bryce gets taken down and Zolt manages to secure that turtle, trying to innovate the crew buff at the moment as well. You see this poor man just stampeding on the buff. You see the Ash Strike being utilized as well. But it seems like Maringan, okay, Maringan is able to escape. When we look over, we see he does get taken down by Favela Kid. Then we look double kill onto Slow Dance. Going over, we see Ray trying to find more, but we see Right's gonna back him up, but he is not gonna get much. But we see that Lem unfortunately does lose his life in the process. Looking over, look at that mid side. We see Zod, a triple immobilized, but he does not have that damage in order to take down all of them. Very, very painful Hirara. If that Hirara had one Eudora there with him, he surely would have gotten a triple kill back and mid side. Will look over to that bot side once again. Once we just get taken down by Rhea Favela Kid, but he sees the Rhea Favela Kid overstepped his boundaries a little bit too much, gets taken down, and so Dance manages to take down Hirie towards that top side. Well, I'm sick. I'm so sick of the gameplay. Holy, very, very disgusting gameplay that I'm watching over here. In a good way. In a good way. You see it looking at the cabling, looking at the rotations, looking at the early game pickoffs. Very, very disgusting. Now looking back over, we see Rain, Favela Kid has just spawned once again, manages to get that red buff. You know, we're just gonna be waiting for another objective at hand, and we're gonna see a little bit more of a skirmish, a little bit more aggression coming in towards those objective sites, especially since we see that the turtle is gonna spawn up pretty soon. It doesn't seem like Aura Wyverns is going to contest that blue buff, especially since it's gonna be heavily guarded by the members of Team Mayhem. Looking at the Minoan Fury as well as the Feather Airstrike being landed over there. We see the flicker onto that flashlight in order to cancel it out, but unfortunately Maringan gets taken down, and we see Rain Favela Kid gets taken down by Kenshi over there. You see Right's very, very low. A flicker coming out, double kill for Kenshi. Let's see, Zot manages to secure that turtle. The total part memory gets a triple kill going on over there. A fast rotation from that top side in order to that bot side, and manages to get 3 members onto the side of Team Mayhem. It seems that Aura Wyverns are here to turn things around, and they are not here to play around, and they are showing exactly why all of their matches thus far up until now has been 2-0. Looking down at that bot side over there, we see Lem very, very not very low. In fact, he's actually just half health, but he managed to secure that bot side. Let's look over back to that top side over there. You see Rayan Favela Kid as well as Kinney over at that top side over there. I don't think Sodas will be able to defend the turret, so yes, he shall just back off to that skincare and sort of just let that tower drop for free. Nothing much you can do about it. Looking back over to that top side, we see one is not happy about that tower being dropped, and he's just smacking Rights in his, you know, wisp with his ribbons. I don't know what that's called, but yes. Now looking over back to the mid side, it seems that Aura Wyverns have been trying to secure any sort of possible tower that can. They manage to secure that top side as well as that bot side. So 2 towers down onto the side of Team Mayhem, whereas Aura Wyverns have only lost 1 tower, which is their top tower. Now let's look over back to that mid side where Zod manages to get that tower at top side. Now looking back over to that mid side, we see the Feather Airstrike being bombarded. Then we see the Wrath of the Dryad as well. Slodan's getting taken down by Rain Favela Kid and managed to defend that turret as well as getting a kill in exchange. A very critical kill as well, considering that it's a kill on Slowdowns, and Slowdowns has that damage and burst potential coming out on the side of Aura Wyverns, and also very, very annoying to play against, especially for heroes like Fanny that can get stunned mid-air. Looking over at Rain Favela Kid, very low actually. The total part memory taking down Rain Favela Kid, mega kill on with Kenshi. So we saw that just now, you know, he didn't really have that much of an impact on that clean, but he's showing that, you know, just now maybe it was just a fluke, maybe, you know, maybe it's not a skill issue, maybe it's a team issue, you know, maybe the team didn't rotate his lane enough. So now he's showing exactly why he's been able to play so well across these matches, getting the triple kill, the total part memory, hitting like a truck with all of those items, and we see Hini getting a sneaky little turret steal towards that bot side. Let's look over to that gold difference. That gold difference is about almost 3k. Almost 3k gold difference. It seems that Team Mayhem is not faring too well against Aura Wyverns, and it seems that we may get our first 3-game series of today. Looking over, you see that, you know, Rayan is kind of trying his best to secure his buff, because if he doesn't have that blue buff, then he's not gonna be able to do much. We see, look at the damage potential from that Eudora. The mid 1-3 being popped up as well. Looking over, we see Sodance gets taken down, as well as the Feather Airstrike trying to bombard the members. And we see Kenshi gets taken down by Lem. Very, very important kills, as we said once again. Sodance as well as Kenshi being taken down. The main damage dealers on the side of Aura Wyverns outside of that Kirara. And when he managed to get taken down, we see the rest of the members of Team Mayhem just chasing them down. The Fanny just cabling back and forth. And we see it doesn't manage to kill any of the members, but they are quite low at the moment. The Fowling Samu being utilized as well as the Kaitanen and the Masonen being popped by Zolt. Zolt manages to dash away in time, and it seems that Word is trying to soak up everything. The Feather Airstrike being utilized as well, but it seems that Word is going to be able to walk away scot-free with his life. But it seems that they want some more. They want to re-engage back yet again, and they're just teasing the members of Team Mayhem, going up to their face and going back once again. And we see the Wings by Rings being popped by like I do, trying to run away from Zolt. We already saw the kill and burst potential coming on from Zolt. I can see why like I do would try to run away like that. Was stunned mid-air by Moringa on to Ryan from Vela Kid. Looking back over, we see the match is quite even at the moment, even though there is the gold gap has shortened quite a bit, more of a 1k gold gap rather than that almost 3k gold gap that we saw earlier. You can see the match isn't quite won as of yet. It could be anyone's game. Looking over to that top side over there, we see Rayan a little bit low, chased down by Sodance as well as Zolt. Looking over, we see Lem getting poked down for free over there. Looking over at right as well as Kini joining, and then Rayan Favela Kid, Sodance getting taken down. Then we see Rayan Favela Kid getting taken down by Kenshi. Then we look over the Minotaur, manages to get a treatment set onto the enemy. We see Zolt trying to go on for the backline. The Raptor Drive being utilized once again. Killing spree for Zolt, manages to take down like I do. Kenshi manages to take down the Belleric. Then we see the rest of the members of Team Mayhem. There's nothing that they can do. The two of them are trying to run away. We see Lem as well as Hini running in different directions. Then we see Hini trying to cover Lem, and he does manage to cover Lem. Tries to take down Wood in the process, but I don't think that he will be able to. But he will be able to poke them down. We see the Falling Star being used as well as the Go Away being utilized by that Melissa, but it does not seem that Team Mayhem is going to get anything else, and Aura Wyvern is not going to get anything else as well, and Zolt manages to secure the lot onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Looking back over, we see that Aura Wyverns finally, they've gotten the momentum of the game. They've managed to utilize that Kirara as well as that Brody, who's already quite fed, as you can see. The triple kill in the early game really helped out, as the Kenshi managed to out-rotate Hini for that first or second turtle, I believe, and managed to get quite fed, dictating the pace of the game. It's very hard to play against, you know, a very fat marksman, as you can see, which is what Team Mayhem is facing at the moment, as Aura Wyverns, all they have to do is just charge down and march down their base. Looking over to that top side over there, that Eudora with that burst and poke damage, sorry, and manages to take down Right. You see, not a very good game for Right. He's facing the same issue as that Bellew from just now, trying to soak up everything, but unfortunately, sometimes the enemy is just a little bit too painful. Let's look over back to Aura Wyverns. It seems that they managed to pop all the turret shields from all the turrets, and it seems that, you know, they're just gonna wait for maybe the next big waves, trying to look for something. Look over to Zolt over there, trying to get pokes on, but he's not gonna be able to deal too much damage through that Uranus anyways. So look over to Rayan. We see Rayan Favela Kid trying to get, you know, the turret at that top side, trying to play that long lane, but it seems that both jungles, I'm not sure whether Zolt knows that Rayan is there, but Rayan definitely knows that Zolt is there, considering that he just walked past. He kind of just saw Zolt kind of just walk past in front of his face, but it doesn't seem that Rayan is going to try to have a by one by him with him, so he decided to just, you know, take the Beetle and just fly back. Look at Zolt's positioning, however. It does seem like he's going to try to find a very sneaky angle towards that window bush over there. Looking on to the members of Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem know that they can't really show their faces lest they get, you know, sort of ambushed by the members of Aura Wyverns. So all of them are trying to just stay off the map, trying to wait for an opportunity in order for them to find something, or maybe they'll decide to look for a trade towards that top side. Let's look at that top side over there. Where's my camera? Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, exactly. So we see Zolt manages to take down Hini over at that top side over there. You see, I believe Sodance is camping in that Bush managing to do most of the damage. He's not actually quite low. Even Favela Kid gets stunned, dies to So Dance. Looking over, we see Moringa manages to use that Minoan Fury as well as the Feta S-Strike we see over there manages to cancel it out. Bounce the kill for Zolt. The Rapid the Drive being utilized, but unfortunately it's not going to save the members of Team Mayhem. Looking over, we see they are quite low. The two of them trying to survive the best again. Killing Spree for Kenshi as well as that double kill. And it seems that it is going to be a wipeout onto the side of Team Mayhem. Oh, they did not survive that onslaught. The moment we saw that Hini died, it's just essentially just a death sentence. They did not have their DPS. Hini was dead, then we see Rights just dying. So the after, along with Ray and Favela Kid, it seems that our Wyverns is going to storm their base, but Ray and Favela Kid is back in time, so they may have to play a little bit more safe. Rayan almost dies to the torn apart memory. Zod quite low. Look at Ray and Favela Kid trying to fly in for more, but unfortunately he is going to be forced back off as the rest of the members of Aura Wyverns is going to be there to answer that plan unless he tries to go for any other sort of pick-off onto Team Aura Wyverns. Looking over back to Aura Wyverns, it seems that they are going to secure this lot for free, however. And Team Mayhem, once again, they're not going to be able to do anything about it. Very good gameplay onto the side of Aura Wyverns. They did not let their loss from the first game kind of affect them. Very strong mental, managed to, you know, kind of bring the game back to a close. Potentially, maybe winning this match as well. But we'll just have to see when the Lord spawns and how they are going to march down that base. Looking at Team Mayhem, we see they don't even have any of their turrets left aside from that bot turret. So it is going to be a little bit harder for Team Mayhem to defend that base against the onslaught of Aura Wyverns. Looking over at Sodance and Salt, a very deadly combo in fact. As long as Sodance gets that stun, gets that ultimate, then Zolt just goes in for that cleanup, making it very hard to escape from, especially since that Kirara has that immobilized. Looking over, we see the flicker being caught by Ringan actually. Does not use the Minoan Fury, however. Looking over, you see they're trying their best to defend the base. The fans of the Kaisen and the Mason and as well as the Feta Astra trying to use to defend the base. We look over, look at Moringa, unstoppable onto Rides. We see Kenshi manages to take them down. He sees his base as being stopped. The go away is being ult, but unfortunately the base gets taken down by our Wyvern. This is gonna be our first 3-game series of the entire regular season. We haven't even seen we have never seen a 3-game series so far. This is the first, as I mentioned, 3-game series, and it is 1-1 for Aura Wyverns to Team Mayhem. Unfortunately, it seems that, you know, besides the early game pressure that we saw from that Fanny in the early game, he wasn't able to do much besides that after the Eudora as well as that Kirara. You know, they just kept on being very, very annoying. We saw that the Eudora manages to stun all the enemies. We saw that the Kirara was able to kind of chase down the members of Team Mayhem and sort of just, you're very annoying, kind of just throw a few fans on their face. Then I see the marksman in the the marksman in the live. Yes, he kept using the torn apart memory. Very, very good gameplay from the marksman that we saw in the early game, especially since at the Turtle Fight managed to get the triple kill, managed the skill, and definitely with the help of that triple kill was just bully Kitty in his own lane as we saw. And sometimes you can't really see what's going to happen. We will be going into the map drawing now. So let's try to see what map is going to be selected. It is going to be Expanding Rivers. Okay, so it is going to be Expanding Rivers. Now, looking over it, it is 1-1, so it is anybody's game as of right now. Looking over to Team Mayhem, let's see what they are going to ban. Team Mayhem is that first pick, so I think. Okay, let me predict the bans. Okay,
Different
I think Team Mayhem is going to ban
perspectives expose
Marcel,
the same truth.
3,
Freya,
2, 1.
Marcel, Freya, and Camila, I think. Oh no. Yeah, and I think Aura Wyverns, I think they're gonna ban Kirara, Atlas,
The ocean is not just our home.
Okay, I don't know what's gonna be the last ban, but yeah. I think that's what those teams are gonna ban. I think Team Mayhem.
True
okay.
love
I think Aura Wyverns
is like
is gonna
blood.
ban Atlas, Kirara, and Paquito. Okay, Team Mayhem is gonna ban Marcel, Camila, and
Even the fullest bloom
Freya, maybe?
hails
Okay,
before
so
the
Aura Wyverns is
scattering
gonna rid off
petals.
that Kiara. Let's look over back to Team Mayhem, see what they're gonna ban. like everyone's pick, right? So Freya? Are they gonna ban Fanny?
Need some stitches? I can help.
Oh no, the memo is far. Okay. Not so bad. We're gonna put Aura Wyverns. I believe they are going to get rid of
A punch
the
for a punch.
Akito. Yes, they are. So Team Mayhem still has that Belleric open.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till my last breath.
Oh no. They decide to pick up that Freya instead, okay? So once again, that Eudora is going to
Mighty
be open
oaks
for
from
all
little
Wyverns. I
acorns
believe they will try
grow.
to pick that up along with... Okay, so they picked up the Belleric. May pick up the Eudora. You see it across all
Pain
games thus
is
far,
the
they have
proof
picked
that
up
I'm
the
still
Eudora.
alive.
Oh, okay, a power pick. I believe we already saw how well the Brody played in the previous game, so I can see why they will pick that as the second pick, especially since the Melissa is no longer on the board.
They call me a
Over
hero
to Team Mayhem,
because I
let's see what
saved
they're
my
gonna pick up
nation
the
from
YSS.
falling apart.
Interesting. Okay, so they've decided to pick up the YSS. I see new name 123458 has joined the live, and we can see that new name was kind of the person that kind of popularized the Freya pick in SG, I feel. So looking over the Team Mayhem, they're gonna pick up the
When you
YSS
gaze
as well
into the
as
abyss,
that Selena early game. We saw that, earlier they never really picked up that Selena because they kept getting banned in the second phase. And it seems that, they decided, I'll just pick the Selena now, Like, they're just gonna pick it now and not give any chance for it to be banned out at all. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to
Night
have their
sky
third pick
tells
at the moment, and
all.
they decided to pick up the Esmeralda. The Esmeralda certainly did a lot of zoning as well as taking up the space just now as they kept chasing down as well as poking the members.
I might not be a
Team Mayhem.
lightning man, but I do know my
Just over to
trade.
Ben's Aura Wyverns has decided to get rid of that Barat. However, that Freya could always go in the EXP line. Yeah, Freya could always go into the EXP lane, but I guess they don't want to take that chance. So they decided to just ban out the Barats. Looking over to Team Mayhem, let's see what sort of ban they're going to show at us. I'm assuming they're going to ban out the Eudora as well as that Drusing.
You should be
because we've seen,
ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Aura Wyverns, they really like to play those two heroes. May potentially ban out the Rafaela as well, because the Rafaela is still open, and if we've seen the mid laner,
I do what I
Aura
want
Wyverns
to
play, they
do.
really like to play those certain heroes. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they ban out the Direwolf because of Lem. We see Lem certainly
Sir,
plays that
what's your
Direwolf
command?
very, very well into the tanky heroes, as we saw into that Uranus. And looking over, Team Mayhem have decided to ban out the Fanny. We already know that Zop is able to play that Fanny quite decently, I suppose, but it seems that they're not going to be able to pick that up because of it. But I believe that Aura is
Gaze
still going to pick up some sort
upon
of
the
assassin
edge
hero,
of the
and
void.
they pick up that Nolan. Looking over to Team Mayhem, let's see what they are going to get for their last two picks. I believe it's going to be a roamer as well as a marksman, but they do have to be a little bit of the tankier side because Team Mayhem is already quite squishy with that Selena YSS as well as Freya. Not too sure what they are going to pick. Looking over to
Now
Team
you lead the
Mayhem, I
way to the
believe
next
they will be
adventure.
picking something soon.
I,
Okay, they do. They pick up
Minotaur,
that Sora
will finish
as
off
well
what was
as that
left
Minotaur.
undone.
I think for Meta Mages left, I believe there's only something like Novaria left onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Not too sure whether they want to pick that up or maybe potentially the Juicing, because we've seen that Sudans likes to play that Juicing. Although Team Mayhem does have Sora, so Aura Wyverns may want to pick up Valen as well in order to utilize the IMU, and they do pick up the Valen to utilize the IMU and kind of just copy that Sora ultimate. And he doesn't have to copy the Sora ultimates only. He can copy the Sora, can copy the YSS, can copy that Minotaur. Very versatile hero. So I wonder if everyone's excited to watch this match. It's our first 3-game series, and like it's kind of like a winner takes all kind of thing. And we are just gonna see who's gonna be named the victor out of these two very strong teams, especially since they are invited teams. Even if you're not excited, I'm excited. I get to watch this. So, looking over to the third and final match of today, let's look over to our Project Zero regular season day 2 last game of the day. Looking over, we see. Let's look at our lovely players that are playing today. We have Mango Lord Lem, Rayan Favela Kid, Like I Do, Rights, Hinny, Wins, Zolt, Soul Dance, Maringan, and Kenshi. And I just realized it is going to be an Esmeralda mid lane. Excuse me. Anyways, I was too shocked. That's why I had to call. Anyways, so we see Soul Dance is actually playing an Esmeralda mid lane, whereas Wen has decided to take that talent for himself and play that on the EXP lane. So that's already quite low from Eslina. We can already see why Eslina has always been banned thus far. Moving over to that mid side over there. A lot of poking as well as skirmishes that's happening at towards that mid side. Let's look towards the bot side. It seems that they may want to place a little bit more pressure onto that Brody. Let's look at the bot side. He manages to land the stun onto that Brody, and it seems that the Brody is gonna get the first gonna be first blooded. But Kenshi manages to trade something in return. Shinny tanking the turret a little bit too much and just dies in the process. Excuse me. But anyways, looking over back into the match, let's look towards that top side over there. We see a Zolt gonna get that early rotation on. We see Mango Lamb quite low, manages to flicker away in time. Rayan Favela Kid as well as Selena managing to land a stun, the Mountain Shocking onto multiple. And we see that Minotaur managing to stun the members of Aura Wyverns and double kill for Rayan Favela Kid. The stun landing once again. It seems that Wen may not be able to do anything in time. We see the Thunder Form being utilized, Like I Do being taken down by Zolt. Triple kill for Rayan Favela Kid. Things aren't looking good for Aura Wyverns, especially for a hero that needs to skill as much as that YSS. They managed to give the YSS a total of 3 kills in that first 2 minutes or so. And it seems that Rayan Favela Kid is definitely going to be super painful. Going to be able to skill and kind of just control the tempo after all. And looking over to that mid side over there, we see Rayan Favela Kid trying to get those pokes over there. We see the Minnow Fury being utilized as well as the Selena managing to land a stun. Mega kill for Rayan Favela Kid and another double kill for Rayan Favela Kid, and he's just gonna take all the resources that he can. The Mountain Shotgun being utilized again, but we see he got stunned Zolt, and it seems that Zolt is gonna get taken down by Hinny. It seems that, after such a close match from just now, it seems that our Wyverns are just giving up their lead. Maybe that Esmeralda mid lane isn't exactly the best, and we see that, Team Mayhem is kind of just punishing them for it. 8-2-3 once again, and it is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. I guess when you are using that Valentina IMU, you're practically another Sora, so it is just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, I suppose. Looking back over, let's look at the gold difference. It has been a total of 3 minutes, and there's already a 3k gold difference across that board. Certainly giving away that triple kill. I think maybe Aura Wyverns is a little bit too predictable. They always like to go for that early game rotation, and they always cut off through that second tier turret. And whenever they cut off through that second tier turret, there's always the opportunity that they are going to get punished for it, which they did early game, giving Rayan Favela Kid a very, very dangerous and very crucial to his team triple kill for Rayan Favela Kid. Looking over to the top side over there, we see that Lem is going to be able to escape. However, he almost fell to the clutches of Slow Dance as well as Zolt. Looking over towards that mid side over there, we see that the turtle is going to spawn up soon, and with the help of Rights as well as Like I Do, they are going to try to secure that turtle area in order to give space for Rayan Favela Kid to secure that turtle over there. And it's really going to be very dependent on whether you know, like I do, is gonna land those abyssal arrows and sort of just get some sort of pick off onto the enemy of Aura Wyverns. Looking over, we see right over there trying to get the Minoan Fury, lands onto tree. The Ballerina manages to get the turtle instead. Looking over to that Ballerina over there, uses the Mountain Shocker, but unfortunately it is not going to be able to do much and has to flicker away to safety. We see the Valkyrie's Descent being utilized over there, trying to hit the members of Aura Wyverns, but he's hitting the wrong target. He's getting the Esmeralda, and Esmeralda is going to be able to walk away scot-free. Very interesting lineup from Aura Wyverns, as I mentioned earlier, is an Esmeralda mid lane. Very, very interesting. Not exactly the most orthodox draft that you would find, but if it works, it works, I suppose. You know, you have to be a little bit creative in life, especially in game as well. I guess it's a little boring to keep saying all the meta picks, so I'm quite happy to see some teams try to experiment with the drafts as well. Looking over to that top side over there, Zalt is not gonna get Lamgo away for free. Looking over to one is gonna poke him down, but it's gonna be able to let Lamb kind of just escape for free. Looking over back to the map, looking at Rain of Velakid. Rain of Velakid's farm has already sort of slowed down. Oh, what a stun by like I do once again, kind of showing why this Lina has always been banned thus far. Looking over to that bot side, however, it seems that they might just storm down Kini. Looking over the Valkyrie's Descent gonna be utilized, but she's gonna be dashing a little bit closer to the enemy side. The Rapid Drive being utilized, and it seems that Kini is going to get taken down. Looking over to that top side over there, one has been forced all the way back to second tier, and they are going to take that top turret in exchange for Kini's life. But it seems that Kenshi is going to be able to secure that bot turret anyway, so it doesn't seem like Kini has sacrificed his life in order to defend his turret. It seems that Aura Wyverns is going to get the winning trade over there, but look at that one very low at that top side over there. Right, still hidden. No one has found Right just yet. No one has managed to spot him out. Oh, but never mind. I spoke a little bit too soon. Moringa managed to find Right into that bush. But Right, you know, kind of aura farming. He doesn't care. He's just standing in that bush, standing in the front of Aura Wyverns over there, looking over at, you know, just staring Aura Wyverns in the face. He just does not care that they are right in front of his face. You know, he thinks he's a little bit too tanky, like I do, being taken down by Zalt. What a pick up by Zalt. The Minoan Fury being popped as well. Two members on the side of Aura Wyverns being hit by that Minoan Fury. However, there isn't going to be much of follow-up. There you see Zalt managing to take that turtle as well. I believe that the members of Aura Wyverns are going to take this chance in order to try to secure that mid turret as well as that top turret. Really see Zalt is going for that turret at that top side. Looking over, we see Rain of Velakid trying to get his buff, but Soldance is not gonna let him do that for free. Look at the Abyssal Arrow landing onto Soldance. But Soldance is always an Esmeralda, tries to pick away. The Shifting Sky is being utilized, so that's onto two, as well as the Wrath of the Dryad. And we see the Sora is gonna get it back, and we see that Rise gets taken down as well as like I do once again. And we see the Lamb gets taken down by Kenshi. Kenshi is he gonna get a double kill to Total Part Memory, managing to shut down Rain of Velakid as well as giving him that double kill. Let's look back. They managed to get that bot turret. They're gonna secure that mid turret. They're just gonna get every single turret that they possibly can. After all, 4 members of the side of Team Mayhem are practically dead. And once again, we saw that, you know, one team was having the upper hand, but after a while, the other team just flips it back over, and it could be anyone's game at the moment. And any team that wins does. Any wins who just like any team who wins just takes it all. It's basically just the best of one sudden death. Looking over to the side of Wyverns, are they really gonna win with this very unorthodox draft? Looking over, we see, you know, as I mentioned again, it is an Esmeralda mid lane, and they are sort of just winning with the draft against Team Mayhem. Even though Mayhem, they made these player substitutions, it doesn't seem that those player substitutions are gonna be enough to win over Aura Wyverns. Looking over, we see that Zalt just gets that top turret for free, and that Lord is going to spawn in about 20 seconds if I'm not wrong. Looking over, we see Ringan as well as Wens just standing in front of the members of Team Mayhem. You know, they're thinking Team Mayhem is not going to be able to do anything to us. You're too tanky. We're just going to stand in front of their face, and whatever skills that they throw at us is not going to matter anyways. It's just going to be like a bunch of mosquito bites. Looking over to Aura Wyverns, they are going to be setting up that Lord. And looking over to Team Mayhem, they are going to try to somewhat contest it. The Falling Star one being popped over. We look at the window where you see 3 members on Soldance, but it doesn't seem like they are going to commit too much on the Soldance, because after all, he's just an Esmeralda and it's bigger fish to fry, especially here. Looking over, the are stuck at that choke point over there, but it doesn't seem that Aura Wyverns is going to do much. Are they going to look for that fight over here before the Lord? Is the question. It doesn't seem like they are. They're going to play it a little bit more disciplined and kind of wait for the members of Aura Wyverns to regroup, get their skills back, and sort of wait for that Lord as well as try to get the rest of the turrets away from Team Mayhem. Looking over to that Lord over there, the Lord just going to march down the top side. They are going to try to get the remaining turrets away from Team Mayhem. We see once again it is a 1-1 as of right now. So if Team Mayhem wins this, if Aura Wyverns win this, they just win the whole series, which is gonna be a reverse sweep and very upsetting to the side of Team Mayhem. Let's look up towards that top side. We see the Lord is marching in. The turret shield is gonna get popped and doesn't affect the Lord. Actually, looking over, we see the shifting skies being popped over that mid-side Wrath of the Dryad, zoning away like I do. Kenshi gets shut down, however, by that Sora. Looking over, we see the Minoru Fury popping onto 4. And it doesn't seem there's gonna be a lot of follow-up in order to do damage onto the members, and we see the flicker being popped by like I do manages to take down so that Zolt. He's trying to punish like I do. He's trying to find revenge for his teammate, and he manages to get a killing spree onto the like I do. A lot of ultimates being popped down over there, but it does seem like it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Very equal trade onto the side of Team Mayhem, as well as Aura Wyverns, but with 2 members on the side of Aura Wyverns down, it seems that Team Mayhem is going to be able to regroup and going to be able to take that space away from Aura Wyverns previously that they were unable to take as well as find, because Aura Wyverns, all of their members are healthy, all of their members were up, and they were just investing and holding all that river control that they possibly could. But look at Zolt trying to find, the very sneaky flank, but unfortunately he got found out by that minion wave over there. Look over towards the top side over there. It seems that Rice is going to be very low. Forced to pop the Minoru Fury, able to back off actually, and the rest of Team Mayhem is just gonna cover that Minotaur, allow him to back, but he currently does not have that ultimate up for grab, so he's not gonna be able to utilize the ultimate anymore in Team 5. Looking over to that top side over there, look at Kenshi trying to poke down the members of Team Mayhem. Hini trying to run away as well, the Falling Stomach onto 2, as well as the Shifting Skies, as well as the Wrath of the Dryad being utilized over there. We see Kenshi manages to take down Hini. Sora getting taken down as well by Kenshi, double kill, managing to take down 2 members onto the side of Team Mayhem, with only the mid trio left to defend against the onslaught of Aura Wyverns. Looking over, we see there's Merelda, the rest 4 members on the side of Aura Wyverns are just marching down that mid side, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna have that minion available in order to defend against it. The Minoru Rage being utilized again, as well as the IMU, the Maliri getting taken down, and it seems that Kenshi managed to trade for that top side instead, and the Lord has respawned. But the question is, with all the members from Team Mayhem back, are they going to try to contest this Lord? Especially since that they know that the Beleric is down. Kenshi gets taken down by like I do 2 members on the side. Aura Wyverns taken down. They see the rest of the members of Team Mayhem are marching down onto the members of Aura Wyverns. Double kill for like I do manages to take down that Valentino. He's very low, but manages to shut down and get some breakout heal on like I do. It doesn't seem that he may try to go for a steal, but he does have that retribution out. But we see the Sora with the Thunder Form, and we see Sodan's trying to slow down the members of Team Mayhem, but the Thunder Form is being utilized in order to chase down Zod. But the Lord is already very low and is going to be secured by Rayan from Bella Kid. It doesn't seem like Aura Wyvern is going to be able to secure it. The Minoan Free being popped over there. The Valkyries is sent as well onto the members of Aura Wyvern. Oh, what is left? You see Sodan very, very low, trying to back off. But unfortunately, it seems that they're not going to be able to back off. Yes, they are, and he's going to get killed by Hini utilizing that Freya as well as that Valkyrie's descent. We see the members, 3 members onto the side of Aura Wyverns, with the Lord being secured by Team Mayhem. What a blunder by Team Mayhem. They're already winning against Team Mayhem. They already got the Lord, they already got most of the inhibitor turrets, and we saw that top side is practically cracked open with the mid one being very, very low. But unfortunately, with that Beleric dying, they no longer had that frontliner in order to soak up all of that damage. And they realized that they did not have any pure tanker in order to actually kind of bodyguard as well as, you know, kind of defend the members of Aura Wyverns. And Team Mayhem just decided to take that chance, and when they have decided to take that chance, they have managed to secure the lot and managed to kill some of the members of Team Mayhem. Very, very very, very good turnaround from Team Mayhem, as we saw that the Selena Abyssal Arrow is very, very important in that team fight, especially landing on that Brody, landing on the other members of Aura Wyverns, managing to, just pick them off before the Lord even starts. Let's look towards that mid side over there. Zolt very, very low, trying to defend that mid side. It seems that the Storm may try to look for a ability to wrap on the dry, as well as the shifting skies being utilized, catches multiple people tree. They see the Abyssal Arrow, let's shut down onto Zolt. Massacre is unfolding in front of our eyes. You see Rams but Velican manages to take down one. 3 members left onto the side of Aura Wyverns. Team may have got what they want. They managed to take down Zolt, manages to take down the EXP later. It seems that they are going to march down that mid side. We've only slow downs as well as Kenshi left to defend. The Abyssal Arrow narrowly missed us out. Kenshi looking off towards that mid side over there once again. They managed to secure that turret, but the Inhibitor turrets are still alive on this side of Aura Wyverns. Let's look over once again. The Abyssal Arrow being thrown out once again. Looking over to that bot side. They are going to crack open that bot side. I don't think they are going to secure any other turrets unless they do have that Barriers March in. But once again, it seems that Zolt as well as Blood is going to be come back alive. Team Mayhem, what a turn of events, really. They were stun on the Zolt. It's like I do go for it, and Zolt gets taken down once again. Respawn just to die. The Wrath of the Dryad is not gonna do anything to protect his members, and it seems that Zolt is gonna be taken down. He just respawned and he's just gonna die once again once he just came out. The stun landing once again. This Selena is super annoying, landing all of those Abyssal Arrows, landing stun after stun. Let's look towards the mid side. My camera. Ran from Helakit and they just take down the Valentina. 3 members on a teammate on Aura Wyverns once again left. And we look over, we see Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem is gonna march down, try to secure that lot. The conceal being popped out by Aura Wyverns, but it doesn't seem like Aura Wyverns is gonna do much. They are going to contest this Lord, however, it is do or die. If they give up this Lord, they are certainly going to lose that game. But we see the slowdowns gets taken down, the Wrath of the Dryad not gonna do much. The misses is smart. Let's see, the Lord is still quite healthy and Zolt is out. It is there is gonna be potential, for a Lord steal, but it seems that Zolt has decided against it and gives the Lord away to Team Mayhem. This Selena is like the kind of Selena that you would find on the enemy team, just keeps landing the stuns. Look at Hinny playing hide and seek with Zolt, getting found out by Hinny in that bush. But yes, as I mentioned, this Selena is really super annoying. Always throws out the Abyssal Arrows, always finding the good angles, always landing the stun. And even if he lands the stuns on the tanky heroes, it just means the tanky heroes won't be able to utilize their skills anyways, even if they aren't able to get that pick off onto the squishy heroes. Looking over to that Lord marching down that bot side over there. Team Mayhem with the rest of his members, it seems that they are going to try to push in, but unfortunately Reign of Velican is a little bit low. A 17-minute game at the moment, our longest game of today. Looking over, we see, there is a 2k gold gap onto the side of Mayhem. Not much of a gold gap, I suppose, considering that it is late game. Everyone should be about, full items and such. Can we get an item check? Just to look at everyone's items and such. No, but looking over, we see, yes, everyone is practically full build. And we see, YSS actually has that Sky Piercer, actually. So that YSS is definitely going to be very painful. As well as that Selena, actually. We see the Selena, but look at the Selena's build. Glowing Wand, Calamity is... Oh no, I always forget it's not Calamity, it was Starlium, Lightning, as well as that Holy Crystal. Looking over to that mid side, we see Aura Wyvern is just trying to get any sort of space that they can get away from Team Mayhem, because they aren't going to give that map away for free. They aren't going to give that pressure as well as that river control away for free, because the moment that they give it away, they aren't going to be able to contest this next Lord. And if they do not contest this next Lord, it seems that Team Mayhem may just end the game right here and right now. Looking over to Team Aura Wyverns trying to stick together, trying to make, force those team fights, so even if anyone jumps onto them, the rest of the members of Aura Wyverns is going to be there to back them up. Looking over to the positioning of Team Mayhem. It seems that Team Mayhem is ready to go for an engage or a flank at any time at the moment. Looking over to, let's say, Aura Wyverns. It seems that Aura Wyverns is kind of just stuck. At the top side over there, unable to, really defend against Team Mayhem. The Mountain Shocker being opened up, vision across the entire map. We see that Marigan has to run away from that YSS, and the Lord is going to be spawned, and whoever settles this Lord, whoever wins this team fight, he kind of just determines who's going to be the winner of this match. So looking over, we see Rice trying to hold that mirror control over there. The Abyssal Arrow always being thrown out by Like I Do. We see Freya, however, is actually kind of split pushing. And then top side over there, we see, Like I Do gets taken down by Zolt. Looking over, let's see Slowdown just harassing the members of Team Mayhem, jumping onto that YSS, but unfortunately will not be able to reach in time. The Thunderform being popped out by the Valentina with the Like I Do, the Minoan Fury popping onto 2. Unfortunately, the Valiant gets taken down. It is going to be a 4 versus 4 with a mid laner down on the enemy side as well as the ESP laner down or Wyverns. Looking over, let's see, so dance 1 versus 3. Kenshi trying to do that damage. The Valkyries descend as well as the Shifting Skies lands onto 3. The Wrath of the Dryad trying to protect the members, but it seems that Zolt's not going to be able to escape in time. The Sora just flickers and tries to chase him down, and it seems that Zolt's going to be able to run away in time. Switches to Immortality. 3 members left onto the side of Aura Wyverns. A beautiful set coming over from that Sora as well as that Minotaur. Kind of just syncing up with each other, having that synergy and managing to catch out the members of Aura Wyverns. And it seems that it is going to be a free Lord onto the side of Team Mayhem. They are just going to be able to secure that Lord and potentially end the game with this Lord. Aura Wyverns, I don't know what Aura Wyverns are gonna potentially do at the moment. It doesn't seem like they are going to be able to do anything to defend against this enemy. It's not even like Aura Wyverns has very good wave clear per se, considering that they have that Esmeralda, they have a Brody for a marksman as well as that Valentina. So especially with this Lord, this 20-minute Lord, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to defend against this. But miracles can always happen, surprises can always happen. Maybe they managed to win a team fight, but it seems that a lot of their flickers as well as spells have been burned well. We look over to Team Mayhem, most of them have their flickers ready, and it seems like victory is spelled out for Team Mayhem at the moment. Let's look over once again back to Team Mayhem, Aura Wyverns as well as Team Mayhem. These two very strong teams in the final stages of the match. The Minoan Fury being popped out lands onto 1 actually. The Valentina has that Minoan Fury instead of that Sora ultimate. The stun landing once again as well as the Valkyries descend the Wrath of the Dryad as well as the Minoan Fury being popped out once again. It seems as though it's going to be very low, but the Lord is marching onto that base. All the members of Aura Wyverns is distracted. Looking over, the base is 1 HP and it is going to be victory for Team Mayhem. A 2-1 for our last game of today. A very exciting game. A lot of back and forth. A lot of amazing team fights that we've seen. I think a very interesting draft from Aura Wyverns. They certainly, sort of put up a very big fight against Team Mayhem. And Team Mayhem, they kind of shown why they kind of made those player substitutions, because we can see, those player substitutions really made a difference as compared to yesterday, considering that yesterday they Team Mayhem, they lost 2-0 to Team Liquidity, and you see, Aura Wyverns is a team that went 2-0 against Liquidity. So by right, Aura Wyverns should be winning this match, but unfortunately it seems that they aren't going to. So that is our last match for today. That is our last match for the regular season online qualifiers for our 4 invited teams. And it seems I hope everyone enjoyed the matches as much as I did, and make sure to come down to Wanyo at Grid in order to watch our offline matches, where it will be a combination of our group stage players as well as our regular season players. So make sure to come down to Wanyo for our offline tournament at Grid. Okay.